What's up? What's up? We here live doing the thing. Just getting everything ready. You know the typical spiel. What's up? What's up, Broke Farmer 76? What's up, Micro Farmer? How y'all doing, my family? I'm just getting my little screen set up here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. What's up, fam? What's up, fam? Oh yeah. We here, we live. What's up, the Bug Life Farm? How you doing today? My family, Broke Farmer 76, Micro Farmer. Y'all speaking to each other. Let's get all acquainted. Let's get all warmed up. Let's get in here. Let's get in here. What's up, BB Globe? How you doing tonight? Doing great. Doing great. It's good to have you here tonight. Chiming in from Brooklyn, New York. Coming in live. Oh yeah. So we gonna drink a little water here. Get the whistle wet. Y'all, this week flew by. Zoom, straight up flew by. Tiffany Cherie, wifey, how you doing? I know how you doing because you're in the house with me, but you know, always got to speak, always got to show some love because you know that's the love. Oh yeah. Waiting for the family to show up and everything, but we got a few talking points tonight. I got some stuff to talk about with the Coconut Coir. So we're gonna get right into it as soon as we get a few more people in here. A few more of the family in here. I'm trying to make this stuff just right. Oh yeah, it's looking nice. It's looking real nice. Real nice. I got the notes pulled up and everything on the desktop. Doing big things. Doing big things. Okay, who else rolled up in here? Juicing with Jay. How you doing, family? It's good to have you, family. It's good to see you, family. How has the day been? How's y'all's day been? It's been a real quick work week. It just flew on by. So I was like, let's go live with the fam on Friday. So Micro Farmer says, why do they call it coir? So I don't even know why they call it coir, but I know that coconut coir. Well, I know what coconut coir is, but I don't know why they call it coconut coir. So coconut coir is the grade of coconut that is finely ground to the point where it can almost replicate like a loam or like a sandy loam kind of deal. It feels like that in texture. It's very fine, but the coir component of the coconut is the fine component of the coconut. And then they have like coconut pith, which would be like the stringy parts. The pith of the coconut is those stringy fibers. And I got some coconut coir tonight that I'm actually kind of show y'all the products and everything. And I got my coconut coir in the decompressed stage and everything. You know, I got the stuff that I've been starting my seeds with. Then I got it right back here. You can kind of see it right back behind me. It's like that little grow it block back there. I'll be kind of bringing it up close to the camera a little bit later and showing y'all the compressed version of what I use to start my seeds and everything. And that's the coconut coir that Micro Farmer was talking about. Bug Life Farm said, each one teach one. We're here to learn. I know that's right. Here to learn something. So, you know, I got some stuff to present to y'all, but if y'all got some stuff to share with me about y'all's experiences with coconut coir, feel free to share as well, because we're all trying to learn something today, y'all. And can y'all hear me okay? I know I got my mic kind of far away from me so I can talk as loud as I want to, and I can just kind of feel like I'm just talking, right? So I just want to make sure that y'all can hear me okay and everything, and make sure my volume's coming through just fine. Coir, yes, coir, C-O-I-R. And yeah, I'll be showing y'all like coconut coir in its decompressed state. I'll be showing it in its bag, in this like kind of bag form with mixed with perlite. I'll be showing it in its block form as well, so we can get a few different representations of everything and how it's going. So yeah. Okay, that's good. That's good. Juicing with Jay says he can hear me good. Okay, so yeah. So he was okay. So Bug Life Farm was saying, fam, do you pre-wash your coconut coir? So it depends. usually when I get coconut coir, what I like to do is do a little bit of product sourcing. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of the good companies that you can actually get bricks of coconut coir from, or bags of coconut coir from, they're going to already be like triple washed, like literally washed 3 times over and then pre-buffered. And we're going to get into a little bit about what I'm talking about when I say pre-buffered, because that's one of the beautiful things about coconut coir, is that it actually creates a situation to where you can kind of use the coconut coir as a nutrient base once you have it charged up. So we'll get into that more as the live goes on. What's up to Sweet Spot? How you doing tonight, fam? How you doing? It's good to have you here tonight, fam. Bro Farmer said Jay Bro Farmer said he's sipping on that Stella Rose, trying to learn. If I was sipping on some Stella Rose, I don't know how useful I'll be to y'all as far as teaching, but I might try that one day. As far as going on live and doing that, right? I got my water with me, so I can't prove that it's water though. It might be something in here too, you know. If it was something up in here though, we'd be having bigger problems to talk about. We'd be having bigger problems to talk about. So the way I'm gonna do it today is basically, I got a few different talking points about the coconut coir that I'm going to kind of bring up and talk about. And the talking points that I'm going to bring up, well, essentially, if you wanted to get started with coconut coir as a hydroponic medium, you would have the building blocks to kind of get started. Obviously, I'm going to be here consistently, and I have been here consistently. So if you got questions or anything after this live, you always can get with yours truly and figure out what you need to be doing or what you want to be doing. So always here for that. But, you know, as of right now, just trying to hammer down what the premise of this lesson is today. And I'm excited for this one, y'all. I'm really excited for this one because, you know, I've noticed that a lot of people don't really know that coconut coir can be used as a hydroponic medium. So it's a really interesting point of discussion that I'm really excited to kind of dive into a little bit. What's up, Sifting Some Soil? What's up, Mona Newell? How you doing tonight? It's good to have you here, family. It's good to have you here, family. It's good to see you. Okay, so now that we got a few of the fam in here, we got some family in here. We got it nice and toasty. The fireplace rolling, going a little bit. You know, we can start talking about this coconut coir stuff we want to talk about and everything. So we're gonna kind of start talking about some of the benefits of using coconut coir. So one of the things that I really like about coconut coir is it has a it kind of has a somewhat high cation exchange capacity, which means that it can hold on to nutrients, but it doesn't hold on to nutrients as much as soil. So you can kind of create an environment where you're trying to spoon feed a little bit more as far as what you're talking about with the mineral salts, because if you're growing hydroponically, you're using mineral salts, also known as synthetic nutrients. So we'll be talking about that tonight as well. Just kind of going into that because, you know, a lot of people see synthetic nutrients as the devil or something like that. But I don't want to make it a hero, but I want to not have it painted as a villain either, because, you know, all these things are just different options to the same path, because your plant's not going to really know the difference of what you're giving it, but the soil will. So that's a really key point to kind of talk on. And I'm going to go into that a little bit too tonight. So, yeah. We got some more fam rolling through. So, before we get it cracking, I'm going to say what's up. So, Broke Farmer 76 says at the end, he's got some questions about acidifier fertilizer for your blueberry plants. We'll get to that. Make sure we get to that before we end it out and everything, for sure. What's up, Turf Therapy, my brother? How you doing tonight? It's good to see you, brother. It's good to see you after this work week. We're winding down after a work week. Oh yeah, just getting it all settled in. But yeah, so coconut coir, oh man, it's so cool because there's a bunch of different hydroponic mediums. You know, there's perlite, there's you can use vermiculite. I don't know, but there's vermiculite. There's coconut coir. You know, there's hydroton pebbles. You know, there's water. So deep water culture, you could actually have the plant suspended, the roots suspended in buckets with some kind of media. You know, and there's all kinds of ways to do it, but all these different ways have different things that kind of make them special or whatnot. So tonight we're talking about coconut coir and what makes coconut coir special. And the thing that makes it special is the fact that once you get that thing really loaded up with the right calcium and magnesium, you can literally give your plants like the smallest amount of nutrients almost. And it's like you do that every day, and you can do it to the perfect levels of what the bottle essentially says. You don't always want to follow the bottle, but there are some good brands out there that you can actually reference the bottle for and actually get good results from. One of these brands is Dynagrow. You know, Dynagrow is a great hydroponic medium nutrient, because the first thing that I noticed about Dynagrow when I first started using it was the fact that if I were to use another nutrient blend, I would have to use that nutrient blend at 1,000. This is getting a little bit into the, I'll put it like this. I'd have to use that other nutrient blend at double the concentration to get the same benefits that I'd get out of Dynagrow. So I would use, say, a half teaspoon a gallon of Dynagrow, and I would have to use a whole teaspoon of this other stuff. And then the other stuff wasn't even nearly as effective. And this is not a selling point particularly for that brand, but I just want to mention that's the actual hydroponic nutrient that I would be using for the coconut coir in this particular instance, because it's the least salty but the most potent for what you're actually getting at. What's up, Love Notes? How you doing? It's good to have you, family. It's good to have you. So let me see. Oh yeah. So we got some cool stuff to crack into. So the first thing that I wanted to show y'all was coconut coir in its brick form. So yes, it comes in a compressed brick form, and I'm going to talk about how much I paid for this brick that I have right here. I'm going to grab it right now. I'm glad to have you here, Love Notes. But yeah, so this is the particular coconut coir block that I used to actually get the seed starter mix that I actually start all my seeds with. And I mean, I start my seeds with coconut coir, but right now we're talking about using coconut coir as a hydroponic medium. And interestingly enough, you don't even need perlite to actually use coconut coir as 100% the hydroponic medium. But the way that I would use it is with perlite, and I'm going to show y'all what it looks like with perlite, and I'm going to show y'all what this block looks like decompressed, because I have it in that yellow container back there that you see in the back over there. So I have that back there, but yeah, we'll get into that. But yeah, just really excited to kind of get into some of the benefits of using it as a hydroponic medium. So I touched on the point of the cation exchange capacity, but I don't want to touch too much on that particular point, because that draws away from the whole wanting to use it if you get too much into the super complex points of it, which that's not really a super complex thing, but one thing at a time, right? So first thing that I want to talk about coconut coir is it's a medium that, contrary to how you're supposed to do soil, if you keep this medium damp or wet, it actually keeps the mineral salts from building up in your medium, which is kind of counterintuitive to some mediums, because soil, on the other hand, if you're keeping it wet, the plant's going to drown for one. And then on top of that, if you're keeping soil wet with like hydroponic nutrients, you're going to end up with an effect where you're just going to be logged out, and you're going to cause overfeeding of plants and burning of plants, because soil, you can use synthetic nutrients, but you would be using that like once a week if you did use that to supplement anything. And we're going to also talk about how synthetic nutrients, if used correctly, actually does not kill your microbial life in your soil. I'm going to touch on that, because a lot of people kind of skirt around that, and they really like to talk about how, oh, synthetic nutrients kills microbes in the soil. And yes, that can be the case, but a lot of times these studies that say that fail to mention that, well, they won't even be studies really, they'll be articles, and they'll be mentioning the fact that, oh, these big agricultural farms, they have lockout, they have a hard pan layer, and this hard pan layer is impenetrable and stuff. Of course you're going to have a hard pan layer if you're running tractors on land constantly for years to come. And on top of a lot of these things, a lot of people do not really understand the concepts of actually using synthetic fertilizer inside of soil. And using it in soil is a lot different than using it in coconut coir. So if I was using synthetic nutrients inside of coconut coir, the first thing that I'm going to be looking for is the fact that I'm going to be feeding my plants with every single watering, because coconut coir, it just lets go. It releases constantly. It kind of really has a habit of releasing the nutrients that are within the medium if you feed it nutrients. So it actually holds on to a certain amount, and it releases a certain amount. And what you'll come to find is in your runoff of whatever you're doing, so we're going to get into different methods of what we'll do with that runoff as well. But you'll find that in your runoff, you'll end up with a lesser nutrient concentration than what you started with. But, that's that's a whole nother subject. So we're going to break it down part by part, and we're going to get there. So we're going to say what's up to some of the people that might have rolled up in the chat. Cajun Hydroponics, my brother, how you doing tonight? How you doing? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Okay. All right. So Love Note says that coconut coir is good and you can reuse it. Yes, correct. That's actually one of my points I was going to actually bring up tonight. You can reuse coconut coir. Confirmed 4 times, but if you actually do it the right way, you can use a lot more than 4 times. And I'm talking about grow cycles. So you can completely go through grow cycles with it. Get the actual medium back pre-charged and actually rinse. Get the roots broken down. And because of the type of medium that it is, and it actually is decomposable, when you actually reuse the coconut coir, you actually end up with higher beneficial microbials that you actually can use to your advantage, like your trichoderma and things like that, because trichoderma is one of those root developing bacteria that actually helps with facilitating an environment that you can actually have more root development in. And that really comes into full effect as you're reusing the cocoa. So it's some cool stuff. Perlite can do the same. You can reuse perlite, but cocoa has its benefits just like it has its drawbacks, and everything has benefits and drawbacks. So yeah. It's good to see all y'all here tonight. So the sweet spot says, do you mix it with soil or do you use it straight up? So in this particular instance that we're talking about tonight, we're using coconut coir straight up. So I'm going to bring out some of the nutrients that I'd actually use in the coconut coir as well. I'm going to show y'all what the actual pre-mixed bag of coconut coir looks like. I got a 2 cubic foot bag back there. I paid about $19 for it at my grocery store. So yeah, I paid $19 for a bag of it. It has coconut coir in it, and it has perlite in it as well, and it has a slight amount of trace minerals in it as an additional buffer as well. So you get a lot of bang for your buck with some of these actual bag companies and everything with coconut coir if you're using it on a smaller time application. And if you're reusing your coconut coir, just imagine if you have a 5-gallon bucket of coconut coir that you reuse for a year and a half worth of growing, if you're growing rather indoors or if you're growing outdoors. If you're growing outdoors, it's really easy to reuse that cocoa because now you're actually giving those roots, you can put an enzyme on those roots and give them time to break down and wash them out of the roots. You can rinse the roots. You can let the rain wash the coconut coir out. You can do all kinds of stuff with it because it's inert and it's not going to actually draw bugs into it, especially when you actually let those nutrients completely dissipate out of that medium. Because like I said earlier, the coconut coir, if you keep that coconut coir wet, you don't end up with a salt buildup. And if you don't contribute salts to the coconut coir, you actually end up with the coconut coir stealing from your plants. And that's something that we'll talk about as well. This is why you want to actually feed your plants with every usage of watering with the coconut coir. Hey, so Micro Farmer said, Cajun, He went to the hydroponic store today and picked up some stuff to grow that. LOL. Oh yeah. I just love the dialogue. I love the dialogue. So Microfarmer says I use coconut coir with perlite. What's up, everyday life of an OCD-ish chick? How you doing tonight? How you doing tonight, fam? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. We're just gonna download some kilobytes, megabytes, gigabytes of information on some coconut coir and how we can use it as a hydroponic medium. You know, the fun stuff. All right. So let's see. We're not missing nobody. We're not missing nobody. So yes. Let me get back to my little notes here. And okay, and I've been touching on my notes softly because the notes came from my brain. So I'm gonna kind of circle back to some of the points. The point that I wanted to circle back on was, you know, salt accumulation doesn't occur in coconut coir if it's kept moist. And the reason why you and obviously if you obsessively put salts in there, even when you keep it moist, there's gonna hit a certain limit where it's just gonna be filled with that, even if you have it wet. But if you're feeding on a minimal basis with coconut coir after it's been charged and you're feeding every day, that salt buildup, you won't even see salts build up on the top of the soil. You know how sometimes when okay, so I'll give you a perfect example of what happens if you use hydroponic nutrients or synthetic nutrients in soil. If you're using too many nutrients, what you're going to start to notice is that white crusty layer on top of the soil. And that's the mineral salt buildup. Now, on that same token, you're like, oh, like that's salts and that's bad for your plant roots and stuff like that. That is correct. And that salt buildup is bad for microbial life, and it is bad for the plant roots. It causes an aggressive reaction with your plant roots and with that beneficial microbial life. But if you actually were to not let that salt build up, it's all about moderation. It's all about keeping your levels correct. It's all about making sure that you can actually have the appropriate microbial life, while all the while, if you want to actually supplement with synthetics, you can. Because if you're supplementing with synthetics in soil, you're obviously going to be giving a very small amount, and you're going to be doing it on a very irregular basis. You might do it once every 2 weeks. You might do it once a week, but it's all dependent on what your soil test might say as well. So these are things to consider when you're actually using these nutrients, because they're not just hydroponic nutrients. You can use them in soil as well, but you have to be smart and you have to manage it well. That being said, I wouldn't recommend just anybody pick up these bottles and just start using them on soil, because if you don't have a good base, you might cause some issues. So I think the perfect way to learn how to use these in a soil application, these nutrients that I'm going to show you here in a while, that's why I'm kind of touching on them, is to get a potted plant. Get a potted plant with, say, 5 gallons of soil, 3 gallons of soil, and let the organics do its thing. And then maybe once a week, come in with like the lightest dose you can of synthetic nutrients and see the benefits that you'll get from it, because you're gonna notice that your microbial life is gonna still stay alive on top of that inside your pot. But I want you to also take another pot that doesn't have any synthetics and just has this organic process go through all the way. You're gonna find that within pots especially, you end up with nutrient depletion a lot faster than what you might think. And by doing a simple test of just having the same soil media right beside each other and using the smallest application of synthetic nutrients in this other pot that's going to deplete fast, that you already know the soil is going to deplete before the cycle's over of the plant's life, and you'll start to really see that you can supplement appropriately and actually get some good results from it. So we're going to actually touch the chat a little bit. We're going to roll back into our notes, and then we're going to actually show y'all some of the synthetic nutrients that we actually can use on these pots and everything with the coconut coir. And I'm going to also say, y'all, this is not just talk. I'm actually going to start a little video series. And, you know, I think it'd be really cool to actually make it a grow challenge, like not a grow challenge, but a collaboration. Anyone here tonight is more than welcome. Everyone's welcome, but I'm going to actually do a coconut coir hydroponic growing medium collaboration. I don't know what I'm going to call it yet, but after this live, I'm going to set that up. But I actually have been planning to do this for a couple of weeks now. But I'm actually going to get a 5-gallon bucket, and I'm going to actually plant full term inside that 5-gallon bucket with using nothing but coconut coir and synthetic nutrients in the whole process. And I'm going to update y'all on how I'm going to do it. And I'm going to tell y'all the credentials and the little details of what I'm going to be doing and everything like that. But it's going to be really interesting for y'all to see that, because I'm noticing that I can't really find much content on that on YouTube. So it'd be really cool to actually saturate that content a little bit, you know, just a thought. Let's get to the chat. We got a lot of dialogue between the family. I love it. I love it. If y'all got any questions, let me know. Just let me know. So Microfarmer says, I'm going to use the Dynagrow and a sprayer in my garden. He said he's an experimental gardener, so y'all might want to tune into Microfarmer's channel and check him out using some of these Dynagrow nutrients in his soil garden and things like that. I mean, although I will say that his chickens probably do plenty for that garden, but it'd be really cool to see like some of the tests that he does and stuff with that. Okay, so we don't got much going on in the chat. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to actually... So before we go, I'm going to read this. So the sweet spot says, that sounds interesting. I'm out of space. We might have to do a small one over here. And that's okay. That's another thing, the sweet spot. If you do like a 3-gallon pot, I'm telling you, with a 3-gallon pot of coconut coir and perlite, if you're watering that plant, like, so at first you might water it once every day and a half for the roots to get developed in it and everything like that. But if you get that plant to where the roots fill up that 3-gallon pot and you're watering it every single day, oh my gosh, like you're going to... You're going to see what you can do with a 3-gallon pot. But what you'll run into is space issues as far as that 3-gallon plant actually growing into what would be like a 15-gallon pot worth of plant. So yeah, that's one of the benefits of using it as a hydroponic medium. You can actually grow a plant much bigger than if you have like a regular pot. So let me actually, smash that like button. Yeah. Thank you, Turk. Thank you, brother. Thank you. But let me actually go grab these nutrients real quick. And we're going to talk about some of the nutrients that we might use in this process. I got 3 for you tonight, and I want to share them with you. So just stick tight. I'll be right back. All right. We got some more fam that rolled in, so we're gonna say hey before we show and display. All right. What's up? Come on, Homestead. Come on. How you doing tonight? It's good to see you. Come on with the come on, he says. Oh yeah. So Cajun Hydroponics says, I like the Master Blend set, dry chemical. All right. I'm gonna have to give that a look. So, okay. All right, so everyday life of an OCD is chick. Nikki. She says, so how's the weather in your area? I love it. I love the change of topic a little bit. So the weather earlier, it was pouring down, raining, cats and dogs, logs and frogs. I don't even know. It was raining real hard though, but the garden likes it. It was raining really hard. It was kind of overcast this morning. I went out to a location earlier and I replaced some solenoids and some valves to find out that wasn't the problem. And then I had to do some more investigative troubleshooting. I don't know if this is still involved with the weather, but you maybe expand on the topic. I did some investigative troubleshooting, and I found out, I was looking at the shed. I was like, man, there's a piece of conduit sticking out the shed. And I looked at, this was after running my valve locator, and I heard some funny noise by the garden bed. And I was like, okay, what's this funny noise? Let me think about this for a minute. And I look at the shed and I see a conduit sticking out the wall, and I see a junction box sticking out the wall, and I see conduit going off the shed, and I see it going into the garden bed, and I see a trench that goes into the garden bed. I run my valve locator wand over that trench, and I hear a really loud noise, and it gets quiet as I pass it. Really loud noise, gets quiet as I pass it. And then so what that tells me is that I have a broken wire at this point, and it is shooting out electricity in every direction. And when I go past it, that's where the break is like right before the pass point. So I dig into the ground, right? I'm digging in the ground, and I dig down to where I find wire with a shovel, and I get excited, right? I get real excited. And then I go and I stick my hand in the ground. And when I stick my hand in the ground, I get shocked. I'm like, oh my God. So I forgot that I had my valve locator sending an electrical signal through the wire. Luckily, this is just 10. I mean, this is just six. This is six D10 batteries. So it caught me real good. It didn't hurt me, but it shocked me and surprised me. I was like, ooh, that hurt. uh, Growing with Hudson says that looked like a Star Trek chair. I got it off Amazon. It's an Iron Man chair. I don't know. It's pretty comfortable. It gets the job done. It's not like the best, but it's great. I love it. So BB Globe says, I'm here just doing hair right now, but I'm listening and watching. All right, fam. I'm glad you're here listening and watching. Stay tuned. You might learn a little thing or two. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, hey. I appreciate that, Cajun Hydroponics. He says he's enjoying some good content. I appreciate that. And Growing with Hudson says, my new blackberry bush is budding. Oh, yeah. You like my logs and frogs? Yeah, I got shocked today. It's all good. But that probably has something to do with my energy. I'm full of it tonight. I got the energy. I don't know. No, the shock wasn't pleasant. It was fun, but it wasn't pleasant. Okay, so. But yeah, about that. I fixed the wire. And then after I fixed those 3 wires, the valves ran like they ran scot-free. Everything was good to go after that. The client was happy. All good. So. So BB Globe says, I can't wait to get where y'all are with planting. I migrate south in 2 weeks. I can't wait for you to get to AZ, fam. It's going to be great. That's a badass looking chair. Oh, man. I love it. So BB Globe says, all is well. Sending positive vibes as well. Okay. Oh, yeah. So, all right, Black Lightning. I guess that's like a play on Black Dynamite. I'm Black and Lightning over here. All right, fam. So we've hit this point now. I'm going to show y'all. It is a gaming chair. It is a gaming chair. I don't know if it's a gaming chair, but it's like a chair for like gaming type people. And I'm one of those type people. I don't talk much about it, but I game a little bit here and there. But I only play one game. I limit myself to one game at a time because I live such a freaking busy life right now that if I play more than one game, I'm very competitive. I'm competitive to the point where if I don't feel like I'm doing good enough that I want to be doing on that game, I'm going to play. Look at Tiffany. I'm going to play more than what I need to play if I don't feel like I'm doing good enough. So I got to limit myself to one game. But first nutrient, first water soluble synthetic nutrient, liquid nutrient that we're going to be talking about today is Dynagrow liquid plant food 795. So I'm not going to really go. You can see the directions. Okay. So as you can see, let me see if I can get some focus on it. Nah, it's too blurry. I'm not going to do that to y'all. So I'll just read it to y'all. So it says basically for hydroponic production, you have a particular way of using it. For maintenance, for continual feeding, it has different listings of how to actually use it and everything like that. But one thing that I wanted to say about this grow right here, I have 3 bottles right now, and you'll see why in a second. But this grow right here, you can use just this bottle if you're growing hydroponically in cocoa for this product. Just all these other products with all this marketing, like, oh, you got to use this, you got to use that, you got to use this, you got to use that, and you end up with 6-7 bottles inside of your hydroponic medium system. No. With Dynagrow, you can use literally the grow and get through the whole grow cycle with just this bottle. And that allows you to actually get more of what you're actually getting. It has all 17 available plant nutrients in this bottle right here. The other thing that you might be considering is like supplemental additives and things like that. And that's another topic for another day. But I wanted to show y'all the grow version of this. I also wanted to show y'all the bloom version of this. So the bloom version of this is for when you actually transition into the bloom phase of your growth. Like I said earlier, you can actually use the grow all the way through. If you use them in the right ratios, you can use these things all the way through. And one of the things that Coconut Coir does for you, and this is really one of the cool things about Coconut Coir, you can actually use Coconut Coir. You can use its nutrient holding capabilities to actually allow you to use less specific nutrient blends in the plant. Can pick and choose exactly what it wants to use based off of what's already inside the medium, inside the Coconut Coir. So, but the bloom is a really good way to actually initiate some of those flowering processes, especially. So say you have a tomato plant that's outside and you start to see like all the beginnings of a flower production start to happen. You see all the flower stalks start to hit those points where they're starting to come out. If you were to change your ratios just slightly to where you're including bloom as the dominant in the ratio, you might use 3/4 this, 1/4 of the grow, or you might just use straight bloom. because another thing about this bloom is it actually has all the plant nutrients in it that you need as well for the bloom process. So you can literally get away with just using that one bottle. You can kind of tailor make it, be a little bit more meticulous with it, use multiple bottles, kind of mix up the ratios a little bit, but you want to stay within a certain milliliter range. So for me, what I do with these nutrients is with Coconut Coir, I use these nutrients at 5 milliliters per gallon. So that's 1 teaspoon per gallon. 5 milliliters equals 1 teaspoon per gallon. And I use these at 1 teaspoon per gallon. If I were putting this in soil, I would literally use this at 2.5 milliliters per gallon, and I would water with it only once a week. That's how light of a mixture I would use for it with soil. But with Coconut Coir, I'm going to use it every watering. I'm going to use 5 milliliters of a mixture. So I might use 2.5 milliliters of this, and I might use 2.5 milliliters of this to actually get my 5 milliliters I'm looking for. You know, so it's just different things like that you can actually kind of tailor make your phases of growth with, because all the plant really is focusing more heavily on the transitions between the seedling phase going into the early vegetative phase, going into the juvenile adulthood phase, going into the flowering phase, going into the seed production phase. Like, so there's all these different phases of a plant's growth, and they use the same nutrients at every single phase, but different amounts of the same nutrients. So just being able to dial that in is really beneficial to you guys. So that being said, with Dynagrow, you only really need to use those 2 bottles. But if you wanted to actually supplement a situation in actually, you had like, so say you had a crop of plants or whatever, you had some tomatoes, and they were looking like, man, I could really use a little bit more luster on these on these tomatoes. Like, I can see that they're right where they need to be, but they need just a little bit more zinc. Usually what's happening is your calcium and your sulfur components in your mixture need to actually be upped. So people look at calcium and they're like, oh, calcium and magnesium. Yes, magnesium is part of the solution, but usually your general chemical mixture has enough magnesium in it. What you're looking for out of that cal mag is usually the sulfur bases out of it, because the sulfur is what's going to give you the plant's flavor. It's going to give you the fruit's flavor. It's going to give you like the stronger aromas that come off of the actual fruits and things like that. So when you talk about the calcium, there's actually plant tissue studies done that have come to find that most plants actually take in more calcium in their whole growing process than they even take in nitrogen. So what does that tell you about calcium? It's not a secondary nutrient, it's a primary nutrient, because most plants actually take in calcium at a greater rate than they do nitrogen. So this is what this product comes into play with. Like, if you don't want to add more nitrogen, you don't want to add more phosphorus, you don't want to add more of the base nutrients, but you need more of the sulfur and more of the actual calcium, this is actually a pretty good source of it, you know. And more specifically the sulfur. And you know, these chemicals and things like that, they have such fine roles to play in the whole paradigm of things that basically you can really grow a very, very good plant without using organics, or with using organics and synthetics together. But you got to be able to understand what's going on with your plants, y'all, in the different processes that what leads to them might having deficiencies, or them having something that you got to like supplement and everything like that. So really gotta be on that. So let's get back to the chat. I know I just man, it's hot in here. Let me tell Tiffany, hey Tiffany, can you turn on the AC? Get some AC going in here. It's hot. The AC just kicked on as I said that, actually. So okay, let's hit the chat a little bit and talk about it. Let's talk about it. Any questions about the nutrients so far and everything like that? Because next up, I'll be showing some of the actual. I'll be showing the bags. I'll be showing the bag of coconut coir with the perlite in it, and then I'll be showing the container with the actual broken down brick inside of it. So I got 2 more things to show, and then I'm gonna let some people come up. I know that our brother Microfarmer is going to come up for a little bit tonight and everything like that. But I just wanted to show y'all all these products, and then we're going to have a little discussion, just have a little chat, kick back, maybe have some, guava, as they say, as our big brother Les says, you know, a little guava. We might have a little guava tonight. I don't know. Okay, so let's see what's going on in the chat before we move on to the next products that we'll be showing and talking about. I got some more points in the notes and stuff too, but I'm down to talk about that when we get some fam in the chat. I mean, in the room and everything. So, okay, so okay, that was just somebody texting me back. Okay, so let's see. The bug light farm. I'm glad you brought that up. PPMs. This is called a TDS meter. So this meter measures total dissolved solids of water. So your ppms, also known as your electric conductivity of a solution, is basically telling you how many nutrients are inside the solution. Because the higher your ppms, or parts per million, or electric conductivity, the more nutrients or or the easier electricity can pass through your medium, which means that the more salt, the more electric conductivity. And it's kind of sounds like I'm talking in circles with that, but that's why it's easier to just talk about ppms. ppms is basically the more ppms, or parts per million, inside of your soil, the higher it is on your meter, the more nutrients that you have inside your total mixture that you're about to apply to your solution. Whether you're adding water to your reservoir or whether you're directly watering your plants, you need to make sure that your ppms sit at a certain range that you deem appropriate for the actual growing situation that you're actually doing. So it's really important. And I'm gonna do more lives where I actually show y'all me using this TDS meter and me using my pH meter, me mixing up some nutrients for the actual bucketed plant that I'm gonna actually be growing it and stuff like that. So we're gonna have a lot of examples and a lot of different ways that we can use these things. And on those lives, I'll actually be showing you a few additives that you can actually use that are more or less little just biostimulants that might actually cause the transition phases of the plants to happen more dramatically, resulting in you with more fruits and better fruits. So we'll get into that and we'll talk about that as well on different lives. But I wanted to to kind of talk on that a little bit. So let's see here. Grow something with Jeff says, I got some CalMag too. I just haven't used it, LOL. So grow something with Jeff. Big thing. If you're using Dynagrow nutrients, you're going to come to find that you probably don't need to use CalMag very often, because that's what's so cool about this grow right here. Oh, well, yeah, not the bloom. I mean, the bloom's good too. But that's what's so good about the grow right here, y'all. Like, the grow has all the... So let me tell y'all a little bit about Dynagrow. Dynagrow is the only nutrient line that I know about that actually has their nutrient line be in one part. So any other nutrient line that you get is going to have a grow A, a grow B, and a micro formula. And what these particular parts consist of, your grow A consists of your CalMag, your grow B consists of your phosphorus and your potassium phosphate, and your micro consists of all your micronutrients. And and these companies, they'll market this stuff. They'll market these 3-part formulas as, oh, the best way to supply nutrients to your plants is to make sure that you mix them at one part at a time to your total reservoir to make sure that you're resulting in a better blend. This is all marketing, y'all. This is all marketing. So Dynagrow, essentially what they did is they found a way to chemically make sure that all these nutrients can be in suspension together inside of one bottle. So these other companies that are telling you that, oh, these multi-part formulas are better than a single part formula, they're just trying to get the edge on the competition. On top of that, they actually have paid their chemists to actually try to reverse engineer Dynagrow's formula to actually figure out how to make their nutrients be one part. Because I guarantee you, if these companies can make their nutrients be in one part, they'll be marketing the crud out of that one part formula. But yeah, Dynagrow they call it Dinosaur Grow because it's one of the oldest hydroponic nutrient lines, but it's definitely one of the best. And it's been tested and compared against a lot of these other lines, and it's been on point and beat these other lines. So yeah, got a little deep with that, but yeah. Oh yeah, baby Globe, just trying to educate and keep it going, keep it growing. Little Stella. So BB Globe says, can I use the same methods for herbs? Why, yes, you can. You can definitely use the same methods for herbs, BB Globe. If you can grow herbs in Coconut Coir as well, and you literally will do it the same way. Like, you can literally grow mostly everything with like a mixture of 5 milliliters a gallon of the grow, like consistently on an everyday basis with the coconut coir, and you're going to get some really good benefits. But I will say, when you're first starting out your plants, you want to use this stuff at like 2.5 milliliters per gallon to allow the plants to really get acclimated to the nutrients and everything like that, especially seedlings, because the thing about seedlings is the first few weeks of their life of any seedling, the seed coat provides enough general nutrients for that seedling to actually grow and thrive for the first few weeks of its life. Obviously, there are situations before that timetable runs out, you can start adding minute amounts of nutrients, but you want to start it at a very low level. And for herbs, especially when they're smaller, you're probably using them at a lower rate. But you have to remember, with coconut coir, the coconut coir is drawing from the nutrients that you're feeding the plants constantly. So you want to keep nutrients in that media all the time. And that coconut coir, if you don't keep the right actual ratio of nutrients in that coconut coir, your plant actually starts to show deficiencies, because the coconut coir itself, the medium, will actually take nutrients from the coconut coir. From the plant. So it's really similar to the nitrification process in composting, when you have wood chips in compost, and the compost actually doesn't compost very fast because the wood chips is just sucking up so much nitrogen. Well, coconut coir sucks up potassium, it sucks up magnesium, and it sucks up calcium. So you got to make sure that you keep all those three things inside the coconut coir while you're feeding the plant. And if you consistently keep a certain amount going, you're going to basically be able to keep that ratio going right. And obviously, I'm just talking about the beginnings of this whole process. It's not like nobody has their pot and their pot ready to go and they're about to plant their tomatoes in it right now. So don't panic too much about this information, because I'll be able to go live different times and show more information about this stuff and really crack down on it. So we're going to really learn about this stuff on a holistic level. So yes, you can use the same. So, okay, if you have soil in that herb garden and the herbs are growing well in that soil, you're fine. But if they're showing deficiencies and you really just need a little spark to it, I would add a quarter teaspoon, so 1.25 or 2.5 milliliters a gallon of the grow to a mixture of a gallon of water, and supplement that plant with that actual mixture. And you're going to actually see some really good benefits, especially if you're seeing some deficiencies and things like that. You're going to start to see a pickup, because like I said, if you add enough water to the mineral salts are water soluble, which means that the plants can uptake them and they're not going to sit inside your soil and kill your microbial life. The way that these things can kill your microbial life is that if you don't have any organic amendments in your media, so if you have your compost and you have your manures and things like that in your medium and you're supplementing, all you're doing is basically giving the plant what it needs right now, so that the organics can actually catch up to the whole process. So yeah, and it's pretty complex, but we're going to make it simple, because everything can be simplified. Let's not make everything be just so complicated, right? We'll help each other the whole process. CB, how you doing, my brother? How you doing? It's good to have you, fam. CB's Greenhouse and Garden said, I come to learn how to garden from the pros. Well, let me tell you, brother, I'm I'm not the best I'll be, but you come to the right place, my brother. Oh man, I slap my knees every now and then because I crack myself up. So the sweet spot says, the brick I have includes castings. Do I still include liquid fertilizer? Yes, you still need to include liquid fertilizer to sweet spot, because inside of coconut coir itself, the castings will not be enough to get you to full harvest and full cycle. You probably don't have to use as much nutrients, but you definitely need to have some kind of nutrient or fertilizer base to add to that to make sure that you can actually get through the whole grow. Because yeah, the brick that it has castings in it, but like castings alone inside of coconut coir is not enough to actually get you through the whole grow. And I might be saying that, but it depends on the ratio. If I don't know, we got to see how much castings it is and what are the quality of the castings. You have to ask yourself a lot of questions when it comes to worm castings that you're buying from someone else. A lot of people in these companies, they'll feed their worms like paper and cardboard and all this other like just regular carbon stuff. And the worms will live and they'll eat the stuff and they'll make compost with it. But it's like that those castings might not have as much nutritional value as what you making it at home might have. So you have to really think about that as well. Okay, so So CB's greenhouse and garden says, what scale are you using on that meter? On this meter, the TDS meter, I'm using ppm, so part per million, is not electric conductivity. But just tell me what you're meaning by that, because I need a little bit of elaboration. Mazzy says, my son. What's up, Grasshopper? How you doing today? Oh, okay. Well, I was just checking out something real quick, but let me see here. Let's see here. Oh yeah, CB's Greenhouse and Garden 795. Dynagrow's amazing stuff. It's amazing stuff, and it's very effective. Very effective. Tiffany Cherie says, I've located the popcorn kernels. Oh man. So the Bug Life Farm, fam. Okay, so the Bug Life Farm says, fam, should one be concerned about heavy metals in synthetics? Well, what I would do if I were you is I would look up some plant tissue culture samples of plants that have been grown with synthetic nutrients and actually come to the conclusion of what the heavy metals might be yourself. Because, and I could actually, and you know, I can pull up some testings like that and stuff on other lives and stuff like that too. But I'm going to tell you right now that organics is my primary method of actually growing plants and what I primarily will eat from. But I will say that if I need to supplement my organics with synthetics, I'll do it. But what I try to do is lay a good enough foundation to where I don't have to do that. But honestly, a lot of the stuff that people are buying from stores and things like that are grown hydroponically. However, they're grown hydroponically with fish emulsion a lot of the times too. But I would be concerned about that. Like if you're growing in synthetics and you're feeding the crud out of your plant, like feeding the crud out of your plants as well, you have to really be concerned about that, and you have to worry about that and wonder if you're actually having an accumulation of that. Because let me tell you, these nutrients, there's different grades of them. There's agricultural grade, there's food grade. Well, let's just say agricultural grade. There's commercial grade. There's like food grade. Then there's pharmaceutical grade. So they have different levels of actual like qualifications or classifications of these same synthetic nutrients. And what I will tell you is a lot of these agricultural farms and stuff like that that are growing these crops in mass, they use synthetics and people eat them and stuff. But what I'll tell you about their synthetics, they're using a lot more. So they're using the maximum feed amount in the soil, and they're not really worried about the microbial life in the soil because they're just going to run tractors around there. They're going to water the crud out of their soil. They're going to water with the synthetics. They're just going to dump that stuff in there. But if you're spoon feeding just what you need, I wouldn't worry so much about the heavy metals. But if you're actually using it as your main input over time, I would make sure that I'm looking at tissue culture samples of people who have grown these plants in the past. And you can find that on Google easily. You can look up plant tissue culture samples with plants grown in synthetic nutrients and find the test for that and actually look at that and see what you find. But I'm going to do a live about that because you bring up a really good point and you make me think about that a lot. So thank you. I appreciate that. Mazzy said, I've been told I must learn how to garden from Farmer Q. LOL. You must know. You must, LOL, from you know who. I appreciate that, Mazzy. Hey, I'm passionate about all this stuff. And I'm really, okay, so the reason why I'm doing the bucket project to grow like a food crop full term with the synthetics is because I want to see it happen and I want to see the results from it. I'm gonna eat the fruit from it. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, obviously I'm not gonna make it my main crop staple that I eat from. But let's think about this, y'all. Like if we have to grow hydroponically indoors and we have no way of growing outdoors, what are you gonna do? You know, we have to really we have to do our research in that regard because maybe we might not be able to grow in our backyards the way we think for the rest of time. So you have to really think about every single option you have. You have to equip yourself with every single weapon that's in your disposal. So, but yeah, that's a good point about the heavy metals. That's the only thing that I'd really be worried about with the synthetics, though. Tiffany She says all I can hear is put the lime in the coconut. Oh. Don't be modest. Exactly, love notes. Like, so paper is perfectly fine for your worms, and it's really good as a carbon source to actually nullify some of the effects of the nitrogen making the soil be too hot. But some of these companies that make their worm castings feed primarily paper and cardboard and stuff like that, and they don't really feed much of a plant matter. And if you could actually see some of those worms in some of these facilities, you'd be like, these things are so skinny and so unhealthy. These worms they're anorexic worms making these worm castings. Hey, you stay safe too, my brother. You stay safe. You stay safe. So now is a good time. We're hitting the hour mark, so we're going to actually pick up this bag of coconut coir, and we're going to open it up fresh on the live. I haven't opened it yet, but why not open it here? So we're going to grab this bag, and we'll grab a bag. We'll grab a pot over here to the right. We'll put some coconut coir in the pot, show it to you in the pot, and see, so you can see how it looks. Because you can actually grow plants full term in 1 gallon pots with coconut coir, and it will give you the same growth of about a 5 gallon pot. So yeah, you have to water the crap out of that thing. But yeah, so we're gonna show you real quick. Well, so Bug Life Farm, and I didn't want to confirm that because, you know, I'm just sitting here like, you know, I don't, anything that I don't know for 100%, I don't just say. And that's another reason why the family's here, because y'all can help me out. And so the Bug Life Farm says all conventional produce is grown with synthetic fertilizers. Actual fact. So you using a little Dynagrow in your backyard probably ain't gonna do as much harm as as some of these big ag companies. You know what I'm saying? I got the bag beside me, but I'm gonna hit up the chat a little bit before we open it up and dump it in there and everything. So Love Note says China and Japan is growing acres 15 stories high hydroponically, but some things they can't grow. So yeah, and that's a good point. And I think that you got to really, so I'll tell you, so some things cannot grow hydroponically because they depend, their life force depends on the mycorrhizal connection that they might make with the soil. And the synthetic fertilizers used in minute quantities won't necessarily kill won't kill the mycorrhizae that's associated with the roots. But if the roots are eating the nitrogen from the actual synthetic fertilizer and they have all they need from it, the microbials are going to starve. That's how they end up dying on a long-term basis. If you put too many synthetics in your soil, but it's not enough to actually kill the microbials on contact, the way that the microbials will die is over time, they don't have enough carbohydrate base from the actual plants and the mycorrhizal connections that they make that they actually starve out. And, you know, so carbon-based material, another thing about carbon-based material, your woods, like your straw, all this other stuff, if you're putting synthetic fertilizers consistently into your soil, these organic particulates are going to actually take on that fertilizer, and it will feed microbials, but it won't be making the plant root connection feeding going on. So you're going to have different levels of bacteria skyrocket, and then you're going to have like some of your mycorrhizal bacteria actually decline. So it's a bigger picture going on in this whole situation. So when you're using synthetics in soil, very small amounts, y'all. I'm talking about like if you're using 5 milliliters inside of coconut coir in soil, when you supplementally feed, use 1.25 or 2.5 milliliters once a week, if that, maybe once every 2 weeks, because you want to just give it a little oomph, a little boost. You know, you're not trying to you're not trying to completely use it in the soil. You just want to make sure that you're giving it a boost. So yeah. What's up? What's up, hands in the dirt? How you doing, fam? It's good to have you, fam. After I open this bag up and dump some in here, we're gonna get Microfarmer up here and we're gonna talk a little bit. He might have some questions because he said he just went to the store earlier and bought some coconut coir and bought some of these nutrients. So we're gonna kind of do some Q&A stuff with him and talk to him about some of the stuff that might help him out with his whole process and everything like that. So, you know, grow something with Jeff. I got the bag specifically for this video, for these videos and this project that I'm gonna do to show y'all, fam. Because a lot of people don't really want to go through the whole process of breaking down a brick, soaking it up, adding perlite to it, doing all this, because that takes time. And, you know, being the man of business that I am, I'm sorry, I go back to that. But being the man of business that I am, sometimes for me, I'm like, if I can save time, it's valuable. It's way more valuable than anything else, because in my mind, I can go out and do some work. And within that time frame, I can make this much money, however much that is. But if I'm mixing up soil and adding perlite to the soil and adding this and that and adding that and this to the soil or to the cocoa, it's going to take up time. And I could be using that same time to go and make some money. So I try to balance that really good and give people options that they might be thinking about, you know, so that they can actually have different options. That's just what it is. But I buy the bricks too. When I'm in my off season, I buy the bricks and I do all the mixing myself. But when I'm in the busy season, I try to get everything done as much as I can that has the highest quality that I can have it have, you know. So there you go. Okay, so Love Notes says only thing the pickers are you and not hundreds using the same fields for bathrooms. They don't have bathrooms. That's the truth. You don't know what kind of heavy metals is in these folks' urine and feces. Yeah, they're giving you some organic fertilizer in them fields, all right. So the Wicker Shower Project, how you doing tonight, fam? It's good to have you, my brother. It's good to see you, fam. It's good to see you, fam. So, all right, I'm at the bottom of the chat, so I'm going to open this bag right after this. So, Grow Something, as Jeff said, I will soak mine in hydro solution and use it for my potatoes. Heck yeah, that's going to be a potent solution right there. And then, so one thing that's connected to what he just said that I'm going to talk about in future lives, because I'm going to be making, I feel like it'd be really good to make a series of lives about this and going through this whole process and kind of doing it. That'd be fun. I think it'd be really fun to do something like that. But, you know, him soaking that with his hydro solution is going to make sure that those cation exchange sites inside the coconut coir are filled with the calcium and magnesium that they need to be filled with so that the plants can actually be able to eat. So his potatoes, they're going to be rocking and rolling, boy. They're going to be rocking and rolling. Oh, yeah. Get some rest. Get some rest. You know, get some rest. Get it in. Get it in. All right, so let's open up this bag, right? I'm going to do it like this. So this bag right here is called Tupper. Well, yeah. Okay, there you go. It's called Tupper. The coconut coir itself is natural and organic. It's by Royal Gold. It's a really good company. They make a pretty good product. I wanted to just kind of talk about this a little bit, but the thing about this bag right here, this bag of coconut coir right here, y'all want to know how much it costed me? $19. So this is 2 cubic feet. So 2 cubic feet is 14 gallons, which means that I can just about fill 3 5-gallon buckets with this for $19. Has the perlite mixed in already. It's already good to go, good to use. It's already pre-buffered, so it already has the magnesium and calcium already added to it. You don't have to like supercharge it or anything. And it takes away a lot of the man hours of you sitting there having to do all that stuff. You can just put it in pots and just start feeding your plants with your nutrients, and you're good to go. So I wanted to kind of break this open. Yeah, so not everyone's gonna be able to find this stuff like right by where they live. So I can. Oh, it smells so good. It smells so good. So I wanted to give y'all a look on the inside of the bag. Before I dump it in there, so you can kind of see the texture of it. Just kind of move it around. You see how light it is. See how light it is and fluffy it is, and it's already dark. You can see it. It holds a decent amount of moisture naturally too. That's what I like about it. It doesn't. It gets rid of all the excess moisture that it can't hold, and then it holds just the right amount of moisture that it needs to hold. So you can literally use this stuff at 100% coconut coir as well. But I'm gonna put some in the inside the pot here, and not spill some on myself. Doesn't really matter. It's pretty clean stuff. But yeah, it's good stuff too. But I'm gonna put this on the floor beside me here. Put some inside the pot, and then I'll show you what it looks like inside the pot. Well, you know what? Let's not be counterintuitive here. Let's actually just show you what it looks like inside this solo cup that I'm using to put it inside the pot with. So, put it so close so you can smell. There you go. So you can see it has, it's just coconut coir. It's really finely grated. I gotta get this thing centered to the camera. It's really finely grated, really light stuff. You can see it's just like really good. And you can honestly use this stuff as a baller seed starter mix. You could use this stuff and have you some seeds that are just for, at the very least, like 2-3 weeks that are just killing it. And it's some really good stuff. It's really good stuff. So I just wanted to show you all that real quick. And that's the products that I'm showing and everything. Okay. All right, Tiffany, my love. All right, see you later. She says she's heading out now. Just wanted to say goodbye. Love you. All right, we're gonna hit the chat a little bit, and then we'll get Microfarmer here. Let me go ahead and send the link. Real quick. Anybody's welcome as well. Anybody's welcome. I talked to Microfarmer earlier, and he said he was gonna come up. But everybody is welcome. I've actually talked about all the points that I wanted to talk about. There's a few points in my notes that I still got to bring up and everything like that. But, you know, for the most part, we're done with the informational segment of everything. But I still got a little bit to talk about. But I'm going to hit the chat before me and Brother Microfarmer get to chopping it up a little bit. Let me get you up here.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
What's up, brother? How you doing tonight?
How you doing tonight? In the house. The dirt keeper's in the house.
The dirt keeper. How you doing? I'm just gonna hit up the chat a little bit, and then we'll get it rolling. So, Grow Something with Jeff says my 10-pound. Okay, he said he wish he could find that near him. Yeah, it's some good stuff. It's some really good stuff. In Bug Life Farm said Royal Gold. Yeah, it's literally gold. Well, I mean, it's some really good stuff. I'm not gonna. I can't say more than that because I mean, there's not much more to say than that. So. Wickershire Project says I read that as Tupac Royal Gold. Hey, it makes hits like Tupac. That's all I got to say about it. The Royal Gold makes hits like Tupac. So Grow Something with Jeff. He said my 10-pound brick was about the same price, but we don't have that here. So this 10-pound brick, I didn't say. You go ahead. Oh yeah, but yeah, the 10-pound brick that I got right here, because this is a 10-pound brick I got right here too. So this 10-pound brick costed me $10. $10 for this 10-pound brick that turns into 2.5 cubic feet. So, I mean, we got some pretty decent prices around here, I guess, too. So I that's one thing I'm noticing talking to other people is noticing that in Texas, we got some pretty good prices, y'all. So, hey, Texas, y'all. Get my cowboy hat on. Texas, y'all.
I'll tell you about the prices later. Here's what you say about the prices because I popped this, I copped this, but it was too expensive. I gotta go to Amazon from now on.
You found it on Amazon for cheaper?
Yeah, Lord. but that's okay. That's okay.
Oh yeah. So Grow Something with Jeff said it smells like coconut, but not really though. That's a good point. It has that like fresh smell that coconut has to it, but it doesn't really smell like the inside of a coconut.
All right, Cajun. Watch it now. Watch it, Cajun.
But like Farm said, that's that top-notch soil. And so that's a good point. So if you take a bag of this tuber right here, and you get a bag of the tuber right there, and then you get like, so this is 2 cubic feet. Get you a bag of this, get 2 cubic feet of compost, and then get like a cubic foot and a half of perlite or humus. And that's a really good mixture, because what cocoa does, it naturally sits at a 7 pH. So your peat moss, I'll tell you something about peat moss. Peat moss is a good medium. Hey, by the way, before we end this live, I gotta get mine rolled. I gotta get my cup out too. I gotta get my cup out too, because I got my cup. So yeah, but yeah, if you mix that like 1 part coconut coir, 1 part compost, and 1 part perlite or humus, man, like the compost will be bringing the pH down to where the plants feed in, and then the coconut coir will be bringing it back up, so you'll be just sitting in that balance. But yeah, I'm not gonna talk too much about that. We talked about coconut coir as a hydroponic medium tonight. Oh yeah, so Love Note says, please be careful with perlite close to your nose. It can damage your lungs. And that's another reason why I like to get pre-mixed stuff with perlite in it too, because I really don't like the dustiness of that perlite. That stuff is that stuff is not so fun to be. I mean, I haven't breathed it in, but I can only imagine that stuff is not fun for your lungs.
Really, OCD chick? You gonna turn against me, OCD chick? Really? So you being messy, OCD. Don't you follow that Cajun woodpecker?
Micro got the tube swag, Wickeshire said.
Ah, you see that, right? You see that with my man boobs.
What's up, Sunday Backyard Farmer? How you doing, my brother? It's good to see you, my brother.
Yeah, those man boobs came from all that synthetic, high maintenance metals in the food. So my man boobs, I'm blaming on the synthetic.
He said he got the heavy metal boobs.
The man boobs, man.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So, Grow Something with Jeff said, when did you buy it? My first one was 11. This one was 19. Okay, that's a good point, Grow Something with Jeff, because I bought this brick of coconut coir probably about 6 months ago. So it might just be more expensive now. But I will say that the bag is still worth $19. The bag of tuber is still worth $19 at the grocery store. So I think the bag coconut coir is a better deal, honestly, because you get the perlite, you get the coconut coir, and it's already mixed, and it has it's pre-buffered. So they actually add a little bit of calcium, magnesium to it to make sure that your plants get that first little zing they need. So the bag. The only thing about the bag I don't care about is the trash plastic, but I mean, you get what you get. Broke Farmer says, does that say grow or grow that? So it says grow, and then right here it says dat. That 795 is dat. So that's grow. 795 is dat. Oh dang! Love Note says someone I know just got out the hospital. He poured it without a mask. The dust damaged his lungs. He can barely breathe. Perlite. Woo! Golly. Yeah, fam, don't pour perlite without a dust mask. Act like that perlite got what we dealing with in the stuff outside.
I just realized there's somebody named Sunday Backyard Farmer. I thought they were
I was hitting him up. I was like, what's good, my brother? I was hitting him up because he's in the live. So I was just saying what's up to him. Hey, what's up,
Sunday Backyard Farmer? I thought they was talking about me, Micro Farmer. Ooh. Nah.
So let me see. So Sifton. Okay, so Sifton with Soul 55. Mona Newell says, where do you shop? So I shop at a place called World of Organics and Hydroponics. It's in Plano, Texas. So anybody who might be around that or who could get to that place it might be within hours of some of you guys. Like if this place is within 2 hours of you, write down a list and get everything you need. But 2 hours is worth the drive. I'm telling you, because some of these products you'll get ran up the wall with prices with some of these places. And the place that I go to competes with Amazon for pricing. You don't see that in many like small stores. They literally find Amazon's pricing and literally compete directly with it. And I'm like, okay, I can get down with that. So Yeehaw, Texas. Oh yeah. And BB Globe says coconut essences. It's like a little essence of coconut. It's not the whole thing, but it's the essence, right? The Wickershire Farm says Q's outdoor raised bed's worth more than his car at the moment. Boots, we gotta We got to jump that fence and dig us some Lioncrest gold before he electrifies the property. If you coming over here on this 0.15 acres to take my little produce, more power to you, because the effort it would have taken for you to do that is probably worth more than the produce itself. I'm just saying. I'm kidding. I'm messing around. But I appreciate that you feel that way about my produce, because I take very much stock, very much pride in the stuff that I grow. I'm sure we all do, because we're gardeners and we love what we do. Even this experimental gardener I got beside me right here, he loves it too.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna let you finish, and I'm gonna just jump up in here and just bang him in the head.
Man, I'm to be honest with you, I'm just catching up with this chat. I'm like 4 minutes behind. I'm trying to catch up with it a little bit but most of it's people talking to each other. So yeah, go ahead.
All right. So yeah, let me just throw in a little something for y'all people here. All right. So y'all heard him, the ones who've been in, man. I copped this, right? But it's expensive where I was at. This joint cost me about $24 when he talked about it's worth $19. So now I gotta go to Amazon. But I copped this, y'all. I copped that. So I am going to start this thing called the Dirt Keeper, see, because you got Cajun Hydroponics, you got CB Gardener, the homeboy out there, and you got they all talk about this hydroponics. We all can do hydroponics, right? So Microfarm is going to do the dirt keepers. So I'm going to take all their knowledge and I'm going to turn it to where you can use it in dirt. So I caught me some of this. One thing Lioncrest didn't talk about was this, y'all. Boom, bang, bang. pH down, pH up. So he might elaborate that after I finish, right? Now, the key to that is when y'all do it in your gardens, this is this thing right here, right? It has a little dial on it, so with this here, if you use it, like he said, for what you want to call it? Oh, hold on, let me get my glasses on there. For maintenance, right? That's what you're gonna do for your soil. You pour, this is you can use with this product, you can use, let me get it right. 1 to 3 ounces per gallon, right? So if you put about, in this thing, you put about maybe 6 gallons of that solution, right? This type of spray that you hook to your garden hose, because some of y'all might have well water, some of y'all might have a rain catchment system that you have a pump on, but the ones who don't, I know it's bad, but the one you're gonna use tap water, right? So the tap water with the calcium, the chlorine, I know it's gonna do little effects, right? So this thing has a dial on it. So for every gallon is 1 ounce, right? So you're gonna turn to this dial and every ounce of water that comes through the hose.
So you put the full solution in there and then make the dial adjusted, huh?
Yeah, the dial adjusted. That's this particular. There might be other ones. Like I said,
that's actually really cool.
So you don't have to do the math in your head. You pour 6 ounces in here, and it takes maybe 3 gallons to water your plants because you're not going to use a lot. Like you said, you're not going to use the same ratio. So this one has a dial, like Q said, it goes from, let me see where it goes. It goes from 1.5 teaspoons to tablespoons to ounces, right? So when Q was saying to y'all earlier, this particular, if you find this one around, I got this from Home Depot. But if you see the name on it, you probably can get it on Amazon. It stops you from messing up. So when Q said you're doing like 1/4, you said 1/4 a gallon?
Yeah, so if I'm doing inside the coconut coir, if I'm doing
I'm talking about
no. Okay, yeah. I was just saying exactly what I said. So basically, instead of using the full amount, you're gonna use 1/4 of that amount in soil. Okay. So like instead of using the full teaspoon like you were using cocoa, you're gonna use 1/4 teaspoon in the soil. And
that this thing has that. You can adjust it to that. In which for every gallon of water comes out, sprays out, you're getting 1/4. What you said? 1 teaspoon? What did you say? 1/4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it actually has 1/4 on there?
No, it don't have 1/4. It has 1 teaspoon, 1.5, 2 tablespoons, 1 tablespoon. It goes all the way up to 4 ounces or 3 ounces. Yeah. It goes all the way up to 8 ounces per gallon. This thing has where for every gallon of water, 8 ounces, whatever solution you're going to use is going to come out.
You know what you could do? Since it says 1 tablespoon, what you could do is you could take take some nutrient solution and cut it. You know what I'm saying? And put it in there. because if it only goes to one tablespoon, like 1 teaspoon, and you're trying to get to a 1/4 teaspoon, you could actually put like a pre-cut solution in there, and then put it on that one, and then just water with that, right?
Hey, y'all the expert. I'm telling you.
Well, no, because I'm asking it like this because you're gonna be the one using it. You know what I'm saying?
It starts at 1 tablespoon.
Okay, it starts at 1 tablespoon. Okay,
Yeah.
Okay. So that's one thing. That's one thing I would keep in mind about that, though.
Yeah, it starts at one tablespoon. Is it? No.
Stop trying to sound like you're trying to jump off.
No, my bag. It starts at 1 teaspoon.
Okay, well, shoot. Yeah, if it starts at 1 teaspoon, yeah.
It starts at 1 teaspoon. I'm sorry. It starts at 1 teaspoon. So if you're using this solution, if you choose to do that in the dirt, which Farmer Q was talking earlier, this solution, if you go get it, well, it's cheaper on where he gets it from or on Amazon. I paid $24. I did it because I take stuff from Farmer Q, Cajun Hydroponics, and other people. I watch them, and I try to experiment what they're using for hydroponics and Coco Coir. I'm doing it for the dirt. So if you saw the other live in Cajun Hydroponics, I started calling myself the dirt keeper for people that grow in the dirt to get the same. So now what I'm going to do is I'm using Coco Coir right now, since I'm being here, so I'm being messy. So what I'm going to do is, if y'all wasn't alive, Cajun Hydroponic Live, I have some mustard greens, some cucumbers that I forgot to plant this year. So what I'm going to do is use the Coco Coir, and I'm going to use this solution according to Lion Crest on his advisory for me. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start those in those 72 cells things, and I'm going to use this product in Coco Coir. And once those plants, get big, whatever, using this product, then I'm going to take those and transplant those into the dirt. And then I'm going to use the same solution as a maintenance with the sprayer. So I'm going to try to get the same effects of hydroponic in the dirt. So that's when you hear me call myself the dirt keeper, is what I'm going to do for the people that's watching, is because I know a lot of y'all grow in the dirt and soil. You might not have the money for hydroponics or the systems. So what I'm going to do, y'all watch me in the future of this summer, I'm going to either succeed or jack up so y'all don't make that mistake. So I'm going to be that experimental gardener for y'all to follow me through the summers, because I'm going to take the advice from Lion Crest, Cajun Hydroponics, and whoever else is doing hydroponics like CB Gardner. I mean, I just found him out from Cajun Hydroponics, but Cajun Hydroponics and Lion Crest, I do follow their stuff. And you've heard me about the bleach on the okras. If y'all wasn't there for Cajun Hydroponics, he explained about the bleach on the okra seeds. And so now I'm on this live with Lion Crest talking about this product that I picked up today. And I do follow their stuff. So I'm trying to take the hydroponics and Coco Coir to people who grow actually in the dirt.
Hey, I can dig it. But let me, so I just thought about a way that would make it super easy for you to actually apply with that little sprayer thing. So you however much liquid fits inside that like container that's in the sprayer thing, I would fill it up 3/4 of the way with your water, and then 1/4 of the way with your nutrients. So now when you put it on that one teaspoon, you're getting a 1/4 teaspoon. You see what I'm saying? So
okay,
you 3/4 full.
Behind the scenes, but I want you to explain to people.
Okay, yeah. But I was just saying that one little tidbit, because like I know some people might go buy that chameleon and they might have that one question. So if we can get that first layer, I ain't gonna go deeper with that, but like you said, behind the scenes. But hey, but yeah, so I think it's really awesome what you're about to do with that, because it's gonna be really nice for people to see that go down like that. You know what I mean? Shoot, let me hit the chat a little bit, because I'm probably super behind at this point. So grow something with Jeff.
You forgot to speak on this.
Oh yes, okay. So let me speak on that, then I'll hit the chat. So the pH up and pH down are really good and pivotal components to actually making sure that you can keep, if you're using Coconut Coir especially, but you also want a pH. You want a pH when you're adding it to the soil as well. You want to make sure that your pH when you're adding it to the soil is 6.5 to 6.8, and you want to make sure that if you're adding it to Coconut Coir 100%, 5.5 to 6.5. So you want to make sure, and you'll know what your pH, if you have a pH meter and it's calibrated and stuff, and you mix up your nutrients and stuff like that in your water, and you test your pH, you're gonna see. Oh, okay, Stacy, what's up? What's up? Hands in the dirt. What's up, my brother?
What's going on?
Let me finish this sentence real quick, and then we can just jump in. But like, so you mix up your solution, you'll have a certain pH, and then from there you'll add drops of down or drops of up to actually get to the range that you're looking for. But that's what I was gonna say about that. What's up, Stacy? How you doing tonight?
Man, I can't call it. I kept hearing Michael Farmer saying dirt, hands in dirt. Wait a minute, bro. You know what I'm saying?
You didn't call dirt keepers. You need to be part of dirt keepers then. We
don't
gonna
know
call
what
out
that
some
is.
dirt keepers.
I play in the dirt. I don't know what a dirt keeper is.
He said he is the dirt. He don't got to keep it.
I'm king of the dirt, man. I'm the dirt man.
What I'm saying is, okay, the way I would say it is, because you got your broke farmer 76,
right.
You hands in the dirt.
Right.
What we hearing a lot is about hydroponics and Coco Coir. But
right.
see, a lot of us here get down in actually the soil of
yeah.
So what I'm trying to do maybe is to take what they do with hydroponics and grow up. Me and Q talked about y'all can grow quantities, right? Like quantity. People got half acres and acres of land, right? But what's the quality of your vegetables? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can get 22,000 pounds of tomatoes or potatoes or lettuce, but what's the quality tasting, the nutrient value of your plants? So that's where I'm trying to put hydroponics with people that grow in the dirt, so we can get the best yield and the best nutrients in our vegetables. Because me and Q had that, but Q, speak on that, bro.
Q or say okay.
So
basically
about nutritional value in our fruits and vegetables.
So what we were kind of talking about was basically, different soils are going to have different nutritional levels on an organic basis to begin with, and you're going to be able to, and not everyone's gardens are created equal from the start. I mean, we might all end up in the same spot, but from the start, we're going to end up at different points. And what I was trying to convey was basically like, look, when you're starting out, there's a threshold of you using these synthetic, because when you're using some of these granulars and stuff like that, you're using synthetic nutrients. Like a lot of people, they use that stuff and they look at it in a more positive light because it's not liquid and things like that. But when you're applying some of these granulars, you're still, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying it's the same thing. Now, can we do this same thing on a liquid nutrient basis using a very small diluted amount to get to the exact feeding portions? Because the only reason why you see that salt buildup on top of your soil and stuff like that when you use synthetics and things like that is because the amounts that you didn't actually work into the soil have not dissolved yet. So if you were to take pure water and water that salty looking soil, it would water into the soil, and then the plants would end up eating that stuff. And they're mineral salts. It's not like table salt. It's not the same thing. No. But where the caveat lies is in the grades of the nutrient, like the bug life farm mentioned earlier. You were saying some of like these nutrients, they have heavy metals in them. That's where like you get into the pharmaceutical grades and all this other stuff. But then another thing that I even failed to mention is the fact that if you have compost in your soil, compost has the ability to actually draw heavy metals out of the surrounding environment and encapsulate it into a carbon link chain where it never gets out, literally. And that's proven because people have literally gone to mountainsides so there was a guy who was trying to entertain having Bill Gates come out to his property. And I can find more about this story, but he actually had all this stuff growing on a beautiful hillside, and he came in with Roundup and just like tried to get rid of all the weeds, killed everything on the hillside, killed everything. Now, what he did, he was calling all these people estimates, quotes, and things like that to come out to basically fix his soil because he killed it with that. And like, so basically what they did, all these people was quoting him, 25 million, 15 million, because it was an expansive piece of land.
Right.
He had a guy come in, 2 million. He was like, what? So the guy with 2 million came in with 15, 18 wheels of compost and dumped it on that land. And within 3 years, everything was able to grow back. And they tested the heavy metals in the soil, and the heavy metals were non-existent from what they actually applied.
I could see that. I can see that. You just added carbons and all that stuff right back to the soil. Mm-hmm. So it's just like, in a forest, like when you burn down a forest, when everything's all burnt down and you think it's dead, it comes right back. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because people used to do that to lawns. I owned a lawn care business for about 12 years. I never done it, but when I was growing up, I used to see people burn lawns. it would burn their whole lawn, you know, just
Yeah.
Yeah, when I used to visit Georgia, where my parents from, they used to burn the whole pasture field, burn it, set it on fire.
Because it would come back. You know, you would start adding all that nutrients and all that stuff right back to the soil. So something that looks bad actually helps. And I can see that guy adding that compost to where this guy gonna put this Roundup and all that stuff, actually bringing it back. You know, nature's very strong. I mean, yeah. So she's overcome a whole lot of things and things that we've done detrimental, you know, to her. She's always fought back, and and she's always come back. Right now, you know, I know we just had what would they call Earth Day, you know, and I'm glad we have stuff like that so people can be, you know, cognizant of what's going on, you know, what we're doing to our where we live. And so, yeah, I can see that coming back.
It's funny you said that. I'm gonna call you Hands on Dirt. I'm not gonna call you a real name, but Hands on Dirt. It's funny you say that, right? Because the way I do my garden, Earth Day is every day for me in my garden.
Pretty much, yeah.
So I be telling people when everybody was jumping on this Earth Day kickoff, I'm like, Earth Day every day for me. So right now, I'm about to shift all my chicken run soil and place that on my lawn and some of my and top off my raised beds later on this year. So all that 4 years to 5 years of chicken poop and compost, I made a shift.
I'm envious of him. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm envious of Micro Farmer with all that chicken poop. He's got years.
I got a lot. I don't show everything I do. That's what I'm saying. Even though
I don't think anybody does.
No. But see, Micro Farmer. I mean, I think Ed tried to give away my secrets on another live about Micro Farmer doesn't show you everything because the person who play cards don't show you their hand. Right. You know, people talk crap, and like I said, what I learned from Farmer Q and Cajun Hydroponics and you that I watch and broke Farmer 76, I gotta give people props when I see them. I am like our ancestors. I just know how to make things grow. Now, when it's time to break that down to the pHs and that, I ain't good at that, bro. I just know what works for me. So I do like our grandparents did and our ancestors from Africa. They didn't know all this scientific or micro this and the third. They just knew how to grow from the land. That's me.
Right. A lot of times when you're growing something, the plant's gonna talk to you anyway.
Yeah, but that's it.
If it has a deficiency of whatever it may be, the plant's gonna.
But I know where to get the stuff to make that work. But if you ask me the scientific reason why, I'd be like, duh, I don't know. It works. Like our ancestors from Alabama and Georgia, a lot of people from Mississippi, Georgia, and Alabama.
Right.
They just went out to that field and they got some manure, whatever, and they worked. And they didn't have no science books. They didn't have these things that we buy today books. They just knew. So I'm off that. That's why I tell people, like, if you watch me because I'm an experimental and I only got this under my belt for 1 year now. I'm actually a gardener for 1 year. I don't portray that I've been doing this for 12 years, 8 years.
Yeah.
This is my first full year of being a gardener. I only had 3 beds, raised beds, and I only grew potatoes, onions, and bell peppers for my home fries.
Right.
Then I got invited to Shed Wars and went out there and made 17 beds. Lead Farmer 73. People hear me. Lead Farmer 73 was one of my first subscribers, y'all. Okay. And I know people might think I like, no, Lead Farmer, even though he's a big channel, he was one of my first. And he's the one that got me to do fruit trees, bro. Because he made me think about it. He's like, I cut some trees down. He's like, why plant another tree that don't give you no food? So I went out, I got trees growing from I got 10 fruit trees on my property.
You got a bunch
and I got about altogether got another about 5 ones that's growing small that I cut the branches to prune and I put them in the dirt and I put that little root home on. Now they growing, they getting, they taking off. So those are extra little trees coming up for the next year that I'm gonna plant. So that's why I tell people anything I say to anybody, I give props where it came from. Like Lion Crest. Lion Crest put me onto a lot of stuff. Where you're going to see the plants that I plant is because Lion Crest put me to a solution that I go out and I tried it and it works.
Right.
That's why in the other live in Cajun Hydroponics, when I said, they always try to compare him to Jason Avery's whatever, right? I was like, that's my scientist right there. I'm gonna talk to him and say, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Right. And even Cajun Hydroponics, we talk behind the scenes. What do you think about this, that? And what I do, I don't have a problem going to these stores and picking up the products and trying it.
Right.
And that's why I was saying I'm a dirt keeper in the sense I was talking about dirt keeping was
Right.
what they do. I'm going to do it for people that grow in the dirt. So watch, and I'm going to show you what they do hydroponically, and I'm going to convert it to it'll grow stuff in your dirt and your soil.
I know people. I have no interest in that. I mean, I know it's a good thing. I know people do it commercially. I know the Chinese and the Japanese, they're really big on those on the hydroponics. But I've been gardening. I just started recording myself gardening back here in June. But I've been living in my house for 26 years. So I think I've had a garden in here for 25.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, in essence.
Yeah. So that's all we know. So what I've done here lately, like, I think I started putting fruit trees in probably about 4 or 5 years ago. I put a pear in. I put a peach that I had. Man, listen, man, I'm killing these squirrels. What's it, Peter? Close y'all ears. I went out there this morning.
I eat mine.
I went out there this morning, man. These things dug all in my beds. Last year, they ate every one of my peach. I didn't get one peach.
Me too.
So
that's crazy, though. You didn't get one peach?
Not
one. The point is, you eat my peaches and my squirrel rays. I'm eating you.
Oh yeah.
I ate 7 squirrels last year.
Yeah.
Man, hey y'all, let me hit up. I think some people have come in. Let me say hey to some people who might have come into the chat and everything, because I know I'm way behind, but it's all good. So what's up at home with Cherie? It's good to see you. I don't think I've seen you in the lives before. Welcome. If you've been here before, that's my bad, but I'm glad to have you. Let me see. BB Glow says, oh, I can't wait to get started. Y'all getting competitive up in here. Hey, that's what I'm saying. I think it'd be really cool if we could start like a Coco hydroponics growing bucket challenge or something like that and get that going. And I'm going to actually start it off, so no worries. Like, I'll actually shoot the video and I'll put the hashtag out. But I think it'll be a cool little challenge to maybe just grow one plant with cocoa or something like that and see how you do. Because, you can actually use organic nutrients in Coconut Coir as well. It doesn't work as effectively because it's not the same process, but you're welcome to try anything that you want. We'll get that started.
Is that the same as wicking? Well, I mean, I've looked at some videos where people put these things down in these buckets and they're growing vegetables in these buckets and they're doing something called wicking.
Okay, so that's one of the ways that you can deliver water to Coconut Coir. But Coconut Coir, Coconut Coir, one of the things about it is the fact that it has such a high capillary action. So basically what that means is if you have a pot this big of cocoa, like say that's a 5-gallon pot, right? And then you have a water layer on the bottom that's that little and it's making this much contact with that water layer. That water is going to end up all the way to the top of that pot with the Coconut Coir within, I'm talking about like 7 minutes. I'm not even kidding. That stuff, that stuff like it's like a straw. It literally just, whatever cocoa is touching the other cocoa, it sucks water off of the next one. So it just pulls it. So the capillary action is actually stronger than a paper towel. You know how a paper towel, you can put that thing on the ground and just watch it it's stronger than that. It's literally, you can, if you have it sitting on water and it's thirsty, you can see if there's like little particulates in the water, you can see the particulates literally moving towards the pot. Yeah. It's like sucking so fast. But that's just one. But that's so that's considered sub-irrigated planting. So that's what wicking is considered. It's like, it's because it's like you're irrigating from the bottom of the actual solution of what you're doing.
Mm-hmm. I want to say hello to the Bull Gardener.
Yeah. What's up, Bull? I was supposed to be saying hey to the people that came in and stuff. I got back on the tangent. What's up, Carolina Roots? I'm just going to say what's up to the people. I'm not going to say all the chats and stuff just yet.
Yeah, but my laptop in front of me, so I can't see him.
Okay. But see, that's what I was saying. Like, if anybody had followed me from the beginning, I know I changed my channel to Muddy Boots and everything, but I'm more of an experimental gardener. A lot of people got upset with me when I said, if you're trying to feed your family, don't follow me, because I'm gonna mess up some crops this year, y'all.
Right.
And I always say that. And I know a lot of y'all YouTubers are now start saying y'all experimental gardeners try to make it seem like if I messed up. I said I was an experimental gardener. I was an experimental gardener. I said that from the beginning. I don't know nothing. So don't follow me trying to feed your family. You're gonna starve. Period. So, but now I notice people try to hide behind what I say now and come up and say, I'm an experimental gardener. So if they fail, they're gonna say, well, I said I was experimental.
No,
they lying because you got people that
I think all gardeners are experimental. I mean,
nah, they're not like me, bro. I experiment. You tell me
he wants the title. He wants to wear it.
I would try to go collard greens in a cake. Hey,
listen, man. Cake. If you see half the stuff that I do not show you,
I don't know. You don't show us.
No, I'm not showing you. But I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Now, some of my experiments, like I got some stuff going on right now that I did yesterday. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I didn't video it. But I fail all the time. Like I had these blueberries, man. These things were beautiful. I'm talking about they was blooming, and you know the ones I bought from whatever this place is down here that everybody buy all the fruit trees and stuff from.
I'm not from the South, bro.
Isons. So I bought these blueberries from Isons. They were beautiful. Yeah. They was blooming, blueberries all over.
About that.
I went out there last week, and I looked, both of them like this.
God, dog.
Both of them.
He had to give he gave the exaggeration of the wilting.
I'm talking about they were like this, brother Lee. I'm like, well, but everything else was good. I'm like, what happened to this? You know, like I don't know what I did to them. Now I did side dress them with some compost, but everything else is side dressed with compost. I got other blueberries to side dress with compost. It didn't do anything to them. They blooming, but these just so I had to take them out the soil. I took a hose and cleaned the root system, got all the dirt away from the roots, trimmed the roots, the whole nine, dipped them down in some water with peroxide in it, you know, for the extra oxidation. You know, after I did that, I put them in a totally different bucket with new soil, clipped some of the, you know, dead stuff all off of them. We're going to see what happens. But, you know, I'm not afraid to show anybody that. I don't know what happened to it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
That's gonna be a fun project to see how it works out.
Yeah.
Because you took it all the way down to the nitty gritty with that one.
Yeah.
But so Cajun Hydroponics says, is there any plants we cannot grow in the challenge? Let's just say this: I'm gonna iron out all the details of the challenge when I shoot the video, so no worries about that. But yeah, after I hit the chat up, I'm gonna go get my cup too, and I might put a little something in my cup too.
I already got my messy cup. I already got. I got
what's up, Canadian Proud? Get outdoors. It's good to see you, family. It's good to see you, family. And you know, let me see. The Bulls Garden. I didn't get to say hey when you first came in, but it's good to see you, my brother. It's always good to have you.
Yeah. So
hey, boy.
I'm gonna tell y'all, I love this type of chats with everybody here. I love talking to Hands in the Dirt, OCD Chick, Lion Crest. I talk to Cajun Hydroponics behind the scenes, and I'm going to put a lot of stuff I'm learning from you guys, because I talk to Hands in the Dirt behind the scenes. I talk to Lion Crest behind the scenes. I talk to Cajun behind the scenes. I talk to a lot. Even I don't know if she's here, but she got a new channel called Shifting Some Soil. That's Mona Newell. I know y'all know her by her real name, but yes, I talk to people behind the scenes, and I'm gonna bring it this year because a lot of my plants, thanks to Lion Crest, who's been giving me tips and stuff behind the scenes of how to grow and manipulate certain things with, because I wasn't into that stuff of fertilizer. I would just put like hands in the dirt. What do you say, hands in the dirt? How you say it?
I said you have some seeds.
Put it in the dirt.
All right, no need to keep them in the
bag. In the dirt.
They're not gonna grow in the bag.
So I've been doing what he's been saying, but then I was like, let me take it a step further, and I started listening to Lion Crest and Cajun Hydroponics and others.
Right.
But more likely, it's more of Lion Crest. And my plants been like, boom, boom, man. I'm about to bring it for y'all this year. And now with this stuff, this product that he showed me, I'm just going to show y'all. Just watch my channel. You're going to see the plants, because I'm going to use. Now, this product that he's talked about today is really used for hydroponics. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I'm going to use this in my dirt. Doesn't mean you got to use it in yours.
Hey, Bro Farmer 76, he had a question about blueberries. Broke Farmer 7. If you're still here, you had a question about
Oh,
blueberries.
Broke Farmer
I remember you said at the beginning. He had a question about it.
I did. I told him to go.
Oh, you told him? Okay.
I told him to go pee on it, but don't video it because you know what happened to R. Kelly. So don't you videotape you peeing on your blueberries. Because you know what happened.
If you
go pee on your blueberries. That's all I ask.
Oh man.
Yo, I peed on some vegetables last year. They grew, y'all. I thought it
grow.
Yo, let me tell you, bro. I went out. Somebody told me that last year because I was a new gardener, right? They told me to go out there and put my urine on those dead, dying plants, right? I thought it was the most nastiest, craziest thing you ever said. I did that. Came out the next day, bro. Less than 24 hours. Yeah. They perked up.
Yeah, you know why? I mean, I've used it, but I don't go out there and right on the plant. I collect it, let it let it ferment.
Age.
Oh, so I ain't the only one that did that, but I peed on that.
Oh, bro, I got a 5-gallon bucket. I got a 5-gallon bucket outside full of urine that's been aged for about 9 months.
Yeah, I don't let it age that long.
Y'all went too far. I'm just going to go out to naturally go pee on it.
You're looking at a natural fertilizer where the NPK is, I think, is 11.24.
Bro, so it's perfect.
It's high in nitrogen. You got good, so the NPK, I think, is 11.24.
So
for most of the people in the Western world because of our diet. Yeah.
So but I'm gonna tell you something. I ain't gonna lie. I'll get put off my property if I leave a pee cup or pee bucket somewhere on this property. My wife would put me outside the street. I wouldn't be on the couch. I'd be on the sidewalk on the curb. She ain't trying to hear that, so I just gotta pee straight from the balls. I mean, you know.
God dog, man.
Bro.
But what?
I'm gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I cannot pee in no bucket and leave it on my property. My wife ain't having that.
Dude, you got to have a cap to put on it the whole 9.
Nah, it ain't gonna happen. It's just...
Yeah, but you know what you're doing. You got to be careful because you can actually burn the plant.
Well, burn, baby, burn.
So it's best to add water to it.
Sidewalk.
It's best to add water to it to dilute it.
Hey, hands to the dirt. If I do something like that, your boat got a canopy on it so I can sleep in your boat? You got that little canopy in your boat?
No, man. No canopy.
A boathouse. I'm gonna need a boathouse, bro.
In fact,
but I'll be right back real quick, y'all.
All right.
1 second.
So you got a boat? You got a canopy over your boat? Because I'm gonna need a boathouse. I'm gonna get put out of here.
No, man. No.
So I'm gonna be out in the elements. I'm gonna just catch some crappies. You're gonna put me out there and work for you to catch some crappies, so you don't have to go out there this year.
I'm ready to go, actually, man. I was talking to my cousin today. I hadn't been fishing this year, man. So I don't know, man. I got to get out there. Yeah,
oh man,
I got to get out there.
Here you go, love note. Love note talking about pee in a mason jar. Okay, my wife might think that's pickle juice, yo. You get me divorced. I love note.
You got to go in there and store it in there. You got to store it somewhere where nobody's gonna bother. But yeah, it actually works.
I know it works. That's what I said. I done it. I literally went out there in the middle of the night.
Yeah,
peed on it, and like you said, it might. I'm new at the stuff, and it perked them up. It boosted them.
It's high in nitrogen. Yeah, it's gonna perk them. Yeah.
I thought it was the most. I don't know people are gonna cringe at it and be like, "Ew, that's disgusting." You pee on your vegetables, but you don't know what you're getting. You don't know what fertilizer.
How could you cringe at using your own urine on your vegetables when you go out and use horse manure, cow manure, whatever other manure, and you put that on your vegetables?
I mean, but
the only reason I wouldn't use it is because I don't if I didn't trust my own diet, but I trust my diet.
Right. Oh, I wouldn't use nobody else's on my vegetables. But you know what? To be honest, the plant don't know the difference. You know what I'm saying? All they know it is got nitrogen. It has the total NPK. That's all it knows. It's gonna take it in.
Yeah. Yeah. So
everybody got their cup, sipping.
I've been sipping since he started.
I can tell you got a little slur in your speech.
He's like, I've been shipping shit. He's
we gonna play OCD chick. She done gave me a messy cup.
No, OCD gave you a nice cup, man. I like that T-shirt too, man.
Oh I know. Yo, listen, I lost a little bit of weight. The wife tried to play me out the other day because she was like, she was going to challenge me to a weight loss challenge, right? She's like, nah, I can't do it. Because in the summertime, like when it gets nice out there, I can lose 3 pounds a day just in my backyard.
Yeah.
Like right now, tomorrow, I'm going to be out there shifting chicken manure, chicken compost. I'm going to be doing that all day tomorrow. Yeah. I kid you not, when I come in tonight, like the next day, whatever, I'll probably lose like 2 pounds sweat. Just water weight. Really is water weight. You know what I mean? Because we do retain a lot of water. So when I'm out there, just working my behind off, I could be out there for 6-7 hours. I lose track of time when I'm doing stuff in the garden where I'm not even thinking about eating. I might drink a little bit of water here or something like that, but I definitely lose about 2 pounds actually doing a full day's work in the garden.
What did you say? Farmer Q went to do what? I gotta take the glass. I can't see crap out of it.
He said I went to go use my bucket. Now I went to go get the. I went to go get the.
I hope you wash your hands.
Oh man,
that was a good one, Canadian Proud.
Love Note says I stopped burying the fish because all the creatures came out. Funny you say that because the first time I ever buried a whole catfish. Okay, yeah, I got some good growth out of it before, but before that, my dog got to that thing.
Yeah, you got to put some lime over it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it kills the smell.
Yeah, you got to kill the smell. I've never done it because I'm afraid of that.
Yeah, especially if you live like in the country and stuff. It's just like them animals, they'll find it. They especially the mice. Like the mice will find it before anything else.
Yeah,
they definitely will find it.
So this is what me and Lion Crest and Hands in the Dirt, we usually talk about stuff like we want to actually give you some informational stuff when y'all come on our lives. Like especially, I don't do too many lives no more, and I know Hands in the Dirt doesn't do. I don't think he does any.
I haven't done one.
What we want to do is like, we know it's like Friday, Saturday, whatever. Give you some informational questions and then have you. I mean, we all been tied up with this virus thing going on this planet. We want you to laugh and learn at the same time. And I know Broke Farmer 76, he's around.
That's my man.
Yeah. We want y'all to laugh and learn. You know what I mean?
Right.
And love each other. So it's those 3 L's.
Laugh, learn, and love. I like it.
And just show the love that you can learn and laugh because it's Friday night. We all here. We all could have been in a club somewhere. But no, I'm just saying. But we here having a nice time, clean, fun, and laugh. That's what I'm all talking about. Right. And I always been that type of guy. Just want to just have fun. Like I say, I don't have a problem telling you I don't know, but I'm be putting this stuff to these cucumbers because I kid you, I forgot to plant cucumbers, which was a good thing because in my zone 7A, cucumbers is in for May. You start growing cucumbers in May, so. I wasn't behind, but when I was planting my yard and my neighbor's yard, because I'm planting for 3 families.
Right.
So when I was planting it, I was like, shit. And I think my neighbor next door, she came back from Morocco. She was like, you don't have no cucumbers? I was like, I didn't plant no cucumbers. So talking to Q with this stuff that we just showed today, I'm going to use that in Coco Coir to get those cucumbers going, like bump it, pop it, right?
Right.
Then I'm going to take those from the Coco Coir once they get nice and healthy. I'm going to plant those into the soil.
Right.
And I'm going to still use this stuff here and spray as maintenance to get that growth.
What is that?
This is, he called it Dino Grow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Dino Grow.
I think every gardener has their little secret concoction. Oh, I got something that I got a little concoction.
Oh yeah, we all do.
Yeah, but this is something new that I'm trying this year. I've really never had any issues with stuff coming up, except broccoli. I've never done well with broccoli.
Yeah, I got 10.
But my aunt had broccoli everywhere, and I helped her with her garden. But with broccoli.
The reason why I planted broccoli this year is because my 7-year-old, one of my twins, they love broccoli and they was asking for broccoli. So I did some broccoli. I got 10 of those broccolis up. They are beautiful. And what the thing about gardening, right? You can plant 25 seeds,
right?
And it seems like it's almost like an Olympic track meet. Only certain of them gonna make it.
Oh, that's true.
So I learned like growing inside the house. Like I could plant X amount of seeds, and like maybe if I plant 10, right? If I plant 10 to 20 seeds, I'm gonna just say 10. Out of that 10, 4 might make the cut. 4 might make the cut. The rest is like it ain't gonna make it. And I've been talking about certain things in certain people's lives that I grew so much stuff inside that I never did before. And some stuff had to go outside early because I had no room for it because I never grew indoors. And what don't make it go to the chickens. And so there's only the strong survive in my community.
Yeah, I don't believe in plants sitting there leaching and mulching and not producing. Yeah, you coming up out of there.
Yeah.
That's like this pear tree. I think I planted this pear tree like 5 years ago. And it hadn't produced anything. But then I found out it wasn't the pear tree fault. It was my fault because I didn't read the label. You know?
Hey, Yankee sister.
It needed a companion.
What's up, Yankee sister?
This live been brought to you by the OCD Chick Cup.
By the OCD is chick. Get your cup. Hit up Nikki. OCD is chick to get your cup.
Oh, hey, microphone. I bet you can't sound like Nikki.
What is it? Buy something you love?
He immediately tried.
She got that really high pitch.
I love that.
Yeah. It's so unique. It's very unique.
Why something you love? Just do it.
Every time I hear her, I think Disney.
I think a Family Guy
for voiceovers or some kind of
she could actually do
American Dad.
She could actually do voiceovers. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She missed her calling, but she's a teacher, but that's just as good.
Oh yeah, Love Notes. So Love Note says my neighbors lost all their chickens. They think it was foxes. These birds snatching them out the air. They doing airdrops, air snatches. And I'll tell you what, foxes will. So foxes, I don't think it's foxes, because if it was foxes, I'll tell you what, when I was in Colorado, we had foxes attack our chickens. And when you have foxes attack your chickens, you know when it's foxes attack your chickens, because they're going to come and they're going to kill about, if you got a flock of, say 50 chickens and they all out, them foxes are going to come and they're going to kill maybe about 35 of them.
See, that's
and they're going to leave them on the ground dead, and they're going to take 1 or 2 of them.
See, Hands and Dirt said something earlier that pees me off, like Peter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know that you have foxes in your community, in your area. You know you have birds of prey. Yeah. Why is you doing that? If you know, I have coyotes live across the street. It ain't like I got coyotes just coming up saying, "Oh shit, we got chickens." Coyotes across the street, they come across. My dog is cool with the coyote. I'm standing out there on my deck. The coyote came by me and said, "What's up, homeboy?" And walked off my
leg. What's up, CDX?
Yo, he was like, "Yo, what's up, Micro?"
Oh, he'd have been shot if he gave him.
No, but you'll see the tracks. You'll see the tracks. He comes, he jumps off the ledge, and he goes in the woods, because I live across the street from state woods, right?
Yeah, sister got her cup too. That's it. I'm going to get my cup. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Hey, get the cups. Get the cups.
You can't take OCD Chick nowhere. That's her saying.
Juicing with Jay, he quoting you from earlier, my co-farmer, when you was being on the plants.
Yo, Juicing with Jay. Yo. That slipped. that didn't need to be repeated, Jay. That didn't need to that slipped out my mouth.
Say your dog sent you, man.
Yeah, you can't take microfarming nowhere, aka from OCD's chick, Messy Boots. George called me messy. Yeah, I keep telling people this cup is becoming a commodity. This cup, no lie, y'all, is better than winning a Wendy Williams cup. I kid you not. She don't have the famous Wendy Williams, but this cup right now is a buzz on YouTube,
I'm
y'all.
telling you, this cup right here, y'all, it just hits different. When you drink something out of it, it just hits different.
It make me messy.
It makes me messy. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up.
If you want your Hennessy to taste much better, you gotta get one of these cups. Your Hennessy tastes better. It's better than one of them German mule cups. What is it called? A mule? The German mule cups, that fake copper. What is it called? The mule?
Yeah. I don't know what it's called, but I think I know what you're talking about.
Anybody know what the name of that German cup is called? It's a mule. It's like a copper cup that they drink out of. Yeah, this is my pimp cup. You right, BB Globe. This is my pimp cup. Somebody might call it a simp. You know, anybody know what a simp is? I might be a simp. I don't know. I might not be a pimp. I might be a simp.
He said that's a simp cup? It's called a Moscow Mule.
Oh, Moscow Mule. There you go. Oh, look at him. Oh, man.
Oh, man. Okay.
Some of my homemade plum garnet plum wine.
He trying to bust out his own Moscato.
Let me see what's going on. It's been a oh my God. Listen, bro.
Boy, man, I don't even want what I got no more.
You gonna
drop the mic. You done dropped the mic on us.
See, I done ran out my maker's mark already.
Man, stuff's so good. It is good. I need to put some mark.
You got those tears in that cup. Yeah, tears of a clown. That's Smokey Robinson. Tears of a Clown.
Isn't that Maxwell?
Yeah.
Oh my God. He said Maxwell, Tears of a Clown. Maxwell.
Oh wait, no, I was thinking something else. Hey, I'm drinking too, okay? I'm having my guava too.
Hold on,
I'm a lightweight.
You just offended anybody over 45 that you said Maxwell. You would have better off said Prince. I would have been Prince when doves cry. When doves cry, I would have gave you a pass. But you said, you said Maxwell.
Yeah.
Maxwell got some good songs. I'm just saying.
At home with Cherie. Yeah, this is homemade. Just a cheap way of making some wine.
Well, just to let OCD chick know, right now, I'm like y'all women. This computer is mine now. My wife went back to work. The college is back in full effect. So basically, her $3,500 computer belongs to the moi. She don't need it no more. She back in the school. So I'm what they call it? Commandeering her computer.
He said he's commandeering it.
Yeah, she don't own this shit. I mean, she don't own this no more.
that drink got him twisted, boy. That drink got him twisted, boy. Oh man.
He don't own this computer no more. This is mine.
He come down here to Georgia and get some of this stump liquor, boy. He gonna be acting a straight fool.
He gonna turn into a Moscow mule while you talking about him.
He come down here and get some of this mustard clown.
You know the wife ain't here, right? She's at work.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. That's why you bossing.
She at work.
That's why you bossing.
Oh,
look at Wickershire. He had to come with the Urban Dictionary.
Really, Wicker? You don't know what that means. You know why you had to go get the dictionary, Wickershire?
This dude went to Webster. Somebody read.
Oh man.
He went to Webster.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Oh man, look at BB Globe. She over here getting on him, getting you, Micro. She said when the cat's away, the mice will play. She getting you, boy.
No, get it right. I'm a rat.
He said the rat's gonna play. He said he got a tail this long.
I am too big to be a mouse. You offended me. I am too big to be a mouse. I'm a rat, a Norwegian rat at that. Or Norway, what do they call it? The New York City rat. I'm from New York, from the Bronx. So
no, you one of them big rats they got in New Orleans and Louisiana. Them big
Norway. You got them in the Bronx.
I call them rats big backs because it look like they head and they chest part be like this small, then they backs be like this big.
Yeah.
Oh, OC Dick Chuck called me a messy rat.
Oh, the messy rat.
He called me a messy rat. You no good, OGD. You can't take her nowhere.
What's up, Miss Craft? Miss Craft came in. Hey, what's up, Miss Craft? How you doing? We up in here. Drinking some guava. You know how it go. Drinking some of that guava.
It's Friday night. This is our new club.
Oh, yeah.
Bring your own brown bag. You gotta bring your own brown bag.
Bring your own brown bag.
Yeah. Red cups.
This is the brown bag special. Love, learn, and laugh. Brown bag special.
Yeah.
That's right.
I think that's cool though. We had a little lesson at the beginning. Now we just breaking it down.
Have you checked out this guy, The Bug's Life? He has a real interesting channel, man. Him and his wife, they got some.
Oh, I gotta check him out. So you got a good channel. So the Bug Life Farm. Life Farm. I will definitely check you out, bro.
The Bug Life. I follow him and Bug Life Farm. They got. I don't know where they're at. I think maybe California or somewhere similar like that. Because they got citrus and all kind of stuff growing. Everything's beautiful.
Yeah, they're in Cali.
Yeah, really nice, man. The Bug Life.
Yeah, look, no, we was talking about hydroponics, but that was almost an hour and a half talk of hydroponics. Half of us grow in the dirt, like hands in the dirt.
Yeah, I grow mine in the dirt. I put water on it, but I don't put it in.
Coming in hot.
Oh, I didn't even say hello to Carolina Roots. Hello, Carolina Roots. I forgot to say hello to you.
Yeah, I said
Roots. Yeah. I watched one of his videos today on the fig tree coming back. I like his voice too.
Yeah, that is a good idea. Oh yeah. Carolina Roots is fam.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Tell Carolina Roots, man, I've been trying to reach Mackenzie Nursery for the last 3-4 weeks, and they never pick up. I'm trying to order a kumquat. And I know he buys his stuff from them.
All right, what is that, y'all? You know, I went to public school. I don't know what eology means. What that is?
Etymology is to study
etymology.
Words.
Etymology.
Etymology is to study and
that's how I know the
words.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's the origin of studying words. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I almost got it confused with entomology, which is like the bug study, I think, right?
Got me.
Got me too. I went to public school. Blame it on them. Don't blame it on alcohol today. Blame it on the
today I'm on bottlenology. Refill bartender.
Oh, Jackson Hollum is in the house. Hello, Jackson Hollum.
Jackson Hollum been in here for a while now. Yeah.
Blame it on
Jackson
alcohol.
Hollum. That's fam.
No, blame it on alcohol, y'all.
Saying I'm from New York. Our rats aren't that big in Brooklyn. Man, I saw a rat on the YouTube channel in New York catch a pigeon.
Oh yeah. That's why I got you on my
So
they do.
I saw a New York rat.
Yo, listen.
They grabbed a pigeon.
They are. They do. They'll attack you.
Oh man.
They'll actually attack you.
I don't know about that, love note. I seen
you caught me off guard with that one.
No, but they do. But hold up, yo, you laughing, bro? I'm from New York. I'm from the Bronx. I only moved here 7 years ago. Yo, rats will attack you at night walking through Manhattan or Brooklyn, bro.
Bro, he said he got mugged by a rat. Michael Farmer said he got mugged by one.
Yeah, took my EBT card. I ain't on welfare no more.
Hey, I'm sure you can Google it. But the rat grabbed the pigeon. The pigeon's trying to get a loose. The rat kept, and they drug him like behind this fence.
They drug him off to the darkness.
I ain't gonna lie.
Ain't no telling what happened behind that.
Yo, rat pulled a 22 on me and took my EBT card.
Sunday Backyard Farmer. That's another guy. He's a Georgia guy. He has a good channel, and his wife is an excellent chef. I watch his videos. I think we're in the same area. I seen him on one of his videos. I was like, I know where that's at. think he was coming out the farmer's market or something over here in Forest Park.
Gotta be careful what you do Sunday backyard.
Oh, nah, he good. We good.
People start recognizing where you shop at, bro.
No, I just was looking at it. I said, man, that's like the farmer's market. Over here in Forest Park, you know, the one that's on the outside, the big one.
He over there every Thursday.
Oh man,
that's cool. That's cool.
I just still like because I haven't seen the video. So I'm a very imaginative person. Like,
hey man,
when I hear somebody say something, like a picture of it comes in my mind.
Look, man, this rat grabbed this bird by his wing. The bird like this right here.
Matter of fact, you can cue it up. You can just Google it. Pigeon type pigeon. It's from New York.
A rat grabbed.
Pigeon, rat versus pigeon. It's on YouTube. It's still on there.
And they drug him.
And they drug him. No lie. I mean, I saw that video years ago. It's an old video.
I'm like, okay, you rats a gangster up in New York.
I'm telling. Wait. It's gangster in Connecticut. I had a rat. I mean, I took him out, but I'm saying the rat. I was out here doing my garden, putting my hoop house together, cleaned the area up. The rat walked right by me, went into the chicken coop, got him something to eat, and came back out, bro, and went under the chicken coop.
Wow.
I'm like, you done passed a 300-pound, 6.61 black guy, walked right by me, went in like, yo, what's up? Like brother man from Martin. Went in the chicken coop, got him something to eat.
What's up?
Went under the chicken coop. I was like, oh, that's disrespectful. You got to go. You got to go. And I was like, so I took care of his behind. Like, he got disrespect. We walked right by.
I don't see anything like that. I don't think I see it. Birds. There's deer in the wood line behind me, but they don't come in my yard. They know I'm a hunter. They know they come in my yard.
The deer comes in my yard,
but
I can't kill him. The deer knows I'll kill the hell out of him, but he know the people around me probably call the cops on him.
No, I had this one guy like, yeah, this guy, one of my neighbors was having some work done. Oh, this guy got a real nice garden. Yeah, I put one out too, and the deer ate all. It's just a matter of time. The deer gonna get his too. I'm listening to the dude. I'm like, man, if deer step in my yard trying to eat anything over here, he gonna be going along with some of this salad. He be on the grill.
So I can catch the squirrels, but the deer's a little, I can't.
I got squirrel problems. I don't have deer problems.
I don't have squirrel problems. I killed about 7 of them. They were like, don't even go over there because Peter Rabbit. You heard the story about Peter Rabbit? The squirrels don't come over here no more. If you eat 2 strawberries, chances are you're gonna be on that fire pit out there.
I think mine are coming out like they don't got hip because I don't shot too. But I think mine don't got hip like they get up like first thing in the morning or something and go and start digging. So I'm gonna put my trail cams out. I got trail cams from when I hunt. I'm gonna put some trail cams out so I can see exactly what's going on, like what's coming out the digging.
Mine, I put chicken feed out there. That chicken feed. I put it there. Put a rock because one got bold. They knocked the whole darn thing. They done pushed off. One guy, like I ain't gonna lie, I thought he was from the hood. Right. They put the trap to the side. It ain't the chicken feed, so I had to put a rock on top of it now so they can't push it. So I was like, they got so smart, they pushed the trap over and ate the food. I was like, oh, so I put a rock. But yeah, I'm telling you, they taste delicious on the grill, bro. I'm telling you off the bat.
Oh yeah, I had squirrel before. My best friend father, he was like from the country, from Alabama, Mississippi somewhere. And he was like, hey, y'all, come in the house and eat. So he's like, you ate? I said, no, I haven't. Like, come on here and sit down. So I go and sit down. We at the table. He comes out with this big plate of dressing, this big pan of dressing. And I thought it was like chicken or something like over on top of the dressing. He scoop it, boom, put it on the plate, throw the gravy, bro. We tearing it up. I said, oh, Mr. Walker, this is real good. He said, oh, he talked real country. He said, oh, I see you like that squirrel. I said, what? He said, squirrel. I said, yeah, I kept eating. It was good.
Yeah. I had a situation that I almost beat up one of my best friends like that. He's from Jamaica.
Yeah.
And I don't know if anybody's from Jamaica or know people from Jamaica. This thing they call cow cod. Now I'm young. I'm from the project. I'm American black. He's like, man, this cow good, man, it good, right? I ate the cow. I ain't gonna lie, it's delicious, bro. I was like, eating it, right? He's like, you know what you eating? Bull penis. Eating the penis of a bull.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna pass on that.
So I told him, bro, if you ever in your lifetime ever serve something like that, I will kill you personally. I'll do 25 to life. Because it ain't gonna lie, it tastes delicious. I'm not gonna lie. The Caribbean people made it. But when he told me what it was, I was peed off, bro. But it was delicious.
That's why I'm saying raccoons would do that also. Yeah, let me catch a raccoon in my yard. Yeah, I killed one of those before too with my crossbow.
I was just talking to my wife about that. I don't know if I was talking to Q, but I was talking to my wife about that. There is no raccoons or skunks around my area no more. I don't know if somebody's trapping them since the COVID-19 and eating them, but we used to have raccoons the size of ornaments. They were huge, right? I haven't seen a raccoon since the COVID-19 hit in this area. And I'm by woods. I don't know if the coyotes ate them. Hey, what's up, Turf Therapy? What's going on?
What's up, brother Turf? How you doing?
I'm good. What's going on, guys? How y'all doing?
Good.
Just chilling on a Friday night, cooling it down with some.
I'm gonna tell you,
a cup of the OCDs.
I'm gonna tell you, Turf Therapy. That boy look good in the uniform. Boy, he looking sharp and
right.
I'm like this. I'm like, yo, I'm about to salute him.
I go put on my old uniform, I'll be popping the buttons off of it. That was years ago.
That boy looking sharp as a tack, boy.
You gotta stay ready. What's up, Miss Kraft? Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
Kraft done snuck in there. I had to restart my computer and everything. For some reason, my computer wouldn't recognize my webcam. I don't know why. But,
I hate this weird stuff.
We here now.
Yeah, you all shot. You got the line up and the whole thing. You were saying I wouldn't recognize you either as a computer.
Who?
That ain't the same person.
You're saying the computer didn't recognize you because you're so sharp. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you got a line up. You don't recognize the computer doesn't recognize you, bro.
No, I was sitting here. I was getting some editing done, man, to be honest, and then I was bouncing back and forth between editing and watching the live, and then I left and I forgot that I was watching the live. I was so deep into the editing. I came back and I saw we had a full panel. I was like, go ahead and hop on here. Hello, everyone in the chat, by the way. Hands in the dirt. What you did? Where you So you was in the Army? Hands in the dirt?
Yeah, I was in the Army for almost 9 years.
Oh yeah, what was your MOS?
13 Charlie.
13 Charlie.
Target acquisition.
I was about to say mortar or target acquisition.
Target acquisition.
We gotta be good friends with y'all. That's what I'm talking about.
What's your MOS?
I'm an EOD tech.
EOD?
Yeah, $89.
Okay. I have some EOD friends.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know what you guys do.
Yeah, you know. Yeah. We get it done.
I get it done. Yeah.
It's when y'all miss. How about that?
Oh wow!
What's that?
Wow. Did an oak tree just come in this live? Did an oak tree? Because you know oak trees.
Hey, sir, they might be missing now, but not when I was in. We don't miss.
Now you need to come back and train these folks. Get them back right.
Everything that we fired with the system that I use put munitions within 1 meter of the target, so we don't miss.
Oh, okay. Well, then when the fuse don't go off, you know.
You may have some dud fires and stuff like that. Yeah. You may have some dud fires, but if it's live and do what it's supposed to do, like
look, we got a lot of.
If it's DPICM or something like that, yeah.
Yankee sister said she was a 9-1E dental specialist.
Oh, okay. You know, they switched the 91s to 68. So now you dated yourself. I'm gonna go ahead and let you know that. You dated yourself.
I'm just gonna let you know. And shifting some soil. She's a military veteran also. She's 9A.
Okay.
We got some cool peoples in here tonight. Like, look, I mean, I did it.
Okay.
So far, we got 2 sisters that's ex-military and 2 brothers on this panel ex-military. So far, that I see.
Right.
And then BB Globe says she's a crime scene cleaner.
hold on, wait, don't X me out. I'm not X. Nothing about me
He's
is
still in the
X.
service.
Oh, he's
I'm
still in. Oh, he's still
Oh
in.
yeah,
Yeah.
very active.
Oh,
Everybody else retired. Everybody else retired.
Right.
Yeah, no.
Well, I
thank you.
didn't retire, but I served. I think I re-enlisted 3 times.
Okay, I'm coming up on my retirement. We almost there.
But I am
Yeah.
retired.
Yeah. Well, hey, that wins 1975. That's one. Yeah, that 91 series, they don't phase that out. It's all it's 68. So my first MOS was 68 kilo. I was a medical laboratory specialist.
Okay.
And then 5 years in, I switched over to 89 Delta for EOD.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah, the Bud Light Farm. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. So what are we chatting about now? I don't miss the whole
Man, we just cutting up.
We talking about messy.
we cutting a rug now.
because-
But we were talking what we kind of ended off on, and I didn't even touch on all my notes, so I can kind of bring up another one of my points here and everything, kind of keep it light. But I mean, okay, so one thing I did want to talk about was, so when you're the reuse of cocoa, because a lot of people, they might look at cocoa and be like, I don't want to use that because I don't want to really reuse it or nothing like that. But you can reuse this stuff for like literally 4, 5, 6 grow cycles, and as long as you're recharging it, like. So cocoa likes to hold on to calcium and magnesium and potassium. It doesn't really hold on to potassium because it's full of it. It's literally just it's constructed of potassium and it breaks down into potassium. But like it leaches onto calcium and magnesium, and what happens is if you use your media and then you're done with the plants and then you throw some enzymes on the roots, break them down or something like that, and then you come back with some calcium and magnesium at 3 times the rate you normally apply it at, you charge that cocoa up. That's called pre-buffering. And now when you get that cocoa pre-buffered, you now plant your plant in there and water and feed as normal. So you feed at your light feedings like you're going to be doing normally after that. But you can use, I've heard of people using cocoa for 3 years. I wouldn't use it for 3 years, but I've heard of people use it for 3 years.
Yeah. No, you touched on a little bit of ion exchange capacity there. I dig it. Yeah, hands down, you're right. And that's kind of, this is prime farmer Q going Dr. Scientist on you. Right. But definitely recharging the compost. I mean, recharging your coco core, recharging all of your potting soil. Really, I had a lot of people asking me, believe it or not, over the past couple of weeks, like, what am I supposed to do with this potting soil once I'm done with this plant's done? And then if I can refresh it, how? And when you step into the realm of refreshing any type of growing medium, there's so many different ways to do it. Oh my goodness! You can go as simple as you want to, or you can make that thing as complex or diverse as you like to as well. So I love both ends of the spectrum for sure. And
I keep it simple. I have some composted horse manure. I may mix it with some of that, throw in some coffee grounds or something like that. That's it.
Yeah, organic material. You can't go wrong with just introducing some organic material. That's half of it right there. And then the other half is like, if you want to pre-game it, I know a lot of people, they have issues with synthetic fertilizers, but I personally feel like they have their place in this world, especially that I'm more of a person who's like, let me learn how to use any and everything, because you never know what your growing scenario might be. So if you know how to use these things,
my bad, Jackson Harlem. Jackson Harlem was asking about this for a little bit, and I didn't want to bypass him and everything like that. Let me see what he's saying about the pep. He said he was asked a question about peppers. Yeah, I didn't want to miss out on it.
What we got? I'm scrolling.
Okay, so there we go. So he said, for those who grow peppers, do you eat them or use sparingly as a spice and seasoning? I see people growing tons of peppers in different kinds. What gives? So I'll touch on that just for a second, then let me touch on it for just a second with the peppers. If it's a sweet pepper, I'll eat it as regularly as I really want to eat it. If it doesn't have so much capsaicin in it, like the spicy component of the pepper, I'll eat it more regularly. But if it's a spicy or hot pepper, I'm gonna use it as a addition or as a seasoning component more so than a actual with bell peppers, I'm gonna add it as a bulk part of the dish. But as with a spicy pepper, it's gonna be like I'm gonna dry it out and then put some little flecks in that bad boy or something. So I kind of use both ends of the spectrum. But how do y'all use peppers in that regard?
I give mine away.
I basically grow peppers.
Both of them came at the same time.
Peppers like spicy peppers. I basically grew them because they were easy to grow. You know, they look good. Look like look like you're doing something. You know, when it starts blooming.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But for the most part, once they came, you know, they come so fast. I would just pick a bunch of vegetables and stuff when I was working. I would take them to work, you know, and give them away.
Yeah. I got a whole video on what I do with mine, which is I ferment them jokers and turn them into some hot sauce. That's what I did with the majority of my peppers last year.
Yeah.
I cooked up batches of hot sauce, different blends, playing with different things, just seeing what I like, you know, making my own different blends. So, and of course, you know, splash that on a little bit of greens and you got a good day.
Oh, so, yeah. You can make some chow and all that.
But you know what? I don't give away a lot of my food anymore, man, because you know what I realized?
What's that?
Most people don't eat it. They don't eat it. And they don't eat it because we're so far away and detached from where our food comes from. When it doesn't look like what you've been buying in the stores for so long, or when you got to put a little bit of, you know, muscle into it and clean those jokers up, that stuff will go to waste, and people's refrigerators are sitting on their kitchen counters. And there's only a very few people I share my food with nowadays because they don't eat it. You know, they'll let it sit in their fridge and it goes bad, or they get grossed out because there's a little bit of dirt on it. And that's how disconnected we are as a what's the word I'm looking for? As a society from where our food comes from and what it looks like. If people saw, you know, what it looks like when you break down a chicken or when you break down a cow and whatnot, they saw that, they wouldn't even be able to consume it. So, you know.
It's so funny you say that, Turf Therapy, because I give most, like I would say 80%. I don't give away my potatoes because reason why, like I tell people, my potatoes, bell peppers, and my onions I don't give away because I like home fries, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the other stuff that you see me growing, besides the broccoli this year because for my daughters, but everything, most people when I give them I give to the doctors and the nurses and my neighbor because she do a lot of juicings and stuff like that with the collard greens and the kale and stuff like that.
Right.
People who are into really health eating, if you ever cut into a fresh bell pepper, that aroma comes up better than a store-bought pepper. Right. You know the difference when you cut your own onion up that you grow out your own yard. But the people who do know that, they can tell when they cut into one of them green peppers or orange peppers, that aroma is like awesome. You don't get that in that store-bought stuff. So people do tend to, I realize the people that I give my fruit to, they don't take stuff just to overtake. They'll take exactly what they need.
Right.
Bring it back. Like she'll bring it back and whatever, and then I'll just whatever does it. If it goes bad, it goes to the chickens.
Right.
But most people love our eggs. They love my vegetables I put out there because they know when they cut into it, that aroma hits their whole face. Like if you ever cut a bell pepper up or onion out of your own garden or fruit, it's a different smell off the rip.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, micro farmer, hands down. Like that's why I'm growing my own onions and my own garlic. People might look like, why are you doing that? They're so cheap. And it's because when I do cook, I cook, you know, and when I grew my own onions last year and my own garlic, the flavor was uncomparable. And sometimes that's what differentiates your dish from the person that you put your dish next to, is that the ingredients that went into them. But I do want to ask Love Notes a question, and the panel, everybody a question. She just made a statement, and I've been thinking about growing them. I didn't get after it this year. I'm definitely going to do it next year, though. It's paprika. So I use a lot of paprika in most of my recipes. And usually we do that because I do that because I want some color to my chicken or whatever it is that I'm cooking. But and it definitely has a taste, but it's so mild that it's almost not even there. It's negligible. Like you could put too much paprika and I don't think you'd ever notice it. But I was always wondering, like, you know, if I grew my own paprika, is there more to this pepper as far as the flavor profile rather than just adding color? So if anybody can answer that for me, that would be awesome. Like I would like to know what a true paprika tastes like, and then when you dry that and grind it down, is it much different from what you purchased out the store? I
don't think I ever had a fresh one. But to go back to the vegetable stuff giveaway, like my family, they're from the country. You know what I mean? So I was born in Athens, Georgia, and I moved to Atlanta when I was like 5 or 6.
Okay.
But my mother, my aunts, the people that I give my food and stuff to, they're used to homegrown stuff grown because that's what we've always known. My uncle had he had a farm that you had to plow, the field to grow that stuff. My grandmother, my mother's mother, my father's mother, they country people. And so I don't know if you saw the videos, like when my aunts, my mother and all came over here and they was picking those collard greens.
I saw that video.
Oh man, they distribute those greens. But we got so many bags of greens off that it didn't make any sense. But that last time when they came, my aunt actually had 8 2-pound freezer bags that she collected. My mother had 7, and they just distributed to the family. But I understand what you're saying, that some people, they want the apple to look like this, and if it got that, or squash got look a little gnarly. It's not like what they get in the store. Yeah, I can see some people now, but I don't get after them. If somebody says anything derogatory towards anything that I've grown, you can go to the farmer's market and get it.
Right. Half of them they won't even say anything though. That's what kills me. Like the only person honestly who's been honest with me about the produce that I give them is my man Marcus across the street.
Yeah.
I gave him some lettuce last year.
Yeah.
And instead of him washing it immediately and storing it, he put it in a container and then he stored it. And then when he went back to it, guess what was in there?
Yeah.
Bugs.
Aphids.
Yeah.
So he didn't know what aphids were.
Right.
So he threw the whole thing away. And he was like, nah, I didn't eat that. And I was like, why didn't you eat it? He's like, I threw it all away because I opened it up and there was a whole bunch of green spiders. And I was like, green spiders? It's like, what are you talking about? And I thought about it and I was like, oh, there were some aphids on there.
Right.
He was like, oh, I didn't know what aphids were. I just threw it away. I was like, man, you could have washed that off and ate it. So as long as it wasn't too many, he was like, nah, I saw a couple and they ruined it for me. And, that kind of happened to me too, which is why you don't see a ton of lettuce coming out of my garden because it does ruin it for you. Like aphids, once they get in there, you can wash all day. But when you take a bite of that lettuce, I just still feel like something stuck in the back of my throat. And I just know it's the aphid. So that's my number one pest I hate so much.
Would anybody recommend when you do the lesson you talk about with aphids, would you recommend doing a dilution of vinegar, water? If you wash it?
I feel like is that not too much? Wouldn't it? You don't think it would burn it?
I'm not talking about if you took it from your garden to eat it. I'm not talking about storing. Even if you're
washing it.
Oh, you just talking about washing it?
When you bring it out the garden, like you said, you brought out the garden, but he took it and stored. But if you
I usually when I bring my stuff out the garden, man, I give them a cold soak. Give them a cold soak for about 5 to 10 minutes, and usually anything in there is dead. It floats to the top because they drowned or they're trying to crawl out the side. I give them another rinse or two, and I'm good to go. I don't spray herbicides or pesticides on any of my plants in the garden. I can't claim to be an organic gardener. I think that term is overused and misused a lot.
Lovino said what I was just saying because a lot of people use vinegar and they do a dilution.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Lovino said she used vinegar. A lot of people have collard greens and cabbage.
Collards, I use the salt and baking soda for my collards usually. Man. It knocks all that dirt right off. So
that's a pretty good mix right there.
Yeah. Salt and baking soda is really that easy go-to for me. Vinegar water will draw out worms. Ooh, that's good to know.
So another good mix that I know of with that baking soda, lemon juice and baking soda.
Lemon juice and baking soda sounds like a good one too. Like I've used vinegar before, but that's not the first thing I reach to. And it depends what the shape of that vegetable. Like, does it look like it need a whole bunch of cleaning? Like if it's a kohlrabi, man, I'm rinsing that thing off. I'm peeling the outside off anyway.
You good.
Yeah. I rinse that thing off and call it good. So yeah, that's just me though. To each his own. When you're not spraying with pesticides and herbicides, when you're not spraying your food, I mean, half the time I be eating my stuff straight outside. You've seen me do it on camera. I don't even rinse it off. I just go ahead and pop it in the mouth. Call it good. A little bit of dirt don't hurt. It's good for the belly.
All right, OCD chick.
See you later, OCD's chick. It's good having you.
Jackson
Good night, DMV sister.
Hold on. Why y'all on that subject? What is DMV?
So DMV became a thing I think 8 years ago. It used to just be DC, Maryland, Virginia, but then they rolled it up together. The DMV is kind of like, New York got they all
Boroughs.
their boroughs. So in DC, we just roll it together because DC, Maryland, Virginia, DMV. That's what that's about. So when you see that as DMV, it didn't used to be like that's something new. That's
okay.
It used to be Chocolate City. That was DC, Chocolate City, and then there was like mad beef between the Maryland dudes doing the go-go, and because I grew up in DC. I was born in South Carolina, and I spent most of my summers in South Carolina. Yeah. But my brother and I, we're city boys full and through. So the DMV is something relatively new, but it's all love.
Okay, Jackson Harlem has said something about cinnamon in your soil to keep pests away. Is that something y'all guys learned or heard about?
Gnats, I keep it simple with gnats. For me, gnats have been really easy to just to mitigate by watering from below. Once my seeds germinate, I never water above. Once they germinate, I make them dig deep for their water source, and then I keep a bug zapper going 24/7. And I don't have any they're gnats, but they're never able to establish a huge population. I think with a few what are we cultural practices, you can keep the gnat population down without doing anything extra. That's just me.
You recommend since some people here, you recommend that somebody get a battery operated bug zapper, cheap one, and just put it in their gardens like the stike and just put them around their garden.
No, I've never had a gnat problem outside.
Yeah, I haven't had a problem outside.
Yeah, my problem is always inside. So not a battery. Just get one of the $20. What is it called? I think it's Black Zapper or something. You can buy them right there at Home Depot. Plug them I plug it in, and the state is on right now, and I know exactly when my light. Really? Hey, so
I got cussed out like I was on a sailor ship. Oh. My wife do not like bugs, man. Every morning I will wake up because I was dumb. I brought some plants in, right?
Yeah.
It was like a million of them up in the kitchen area. I listened to Broke Farmer 73. I mean, not Broke Farmer, Lead 73. He said, "I cut all the lights out and put that bug zapper you talking about." I went broke one, cut all the lights out. That blue light. It worked a little, you heard a ping, 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 right?
Yeah.
The morning come back was like a million more of them. They're like they was multiplying.
It's not like you had eggs in your pots, and they was just
you probably still had eggs. So sometimes when you have
it took almost 2 months to get those joints up out of here.
Oh yeah,
I put the yellow tape on the windows.
Yeah, I've never let my infestation go that far. I never
even knew about it.
Yeah, I never had my gnats get that bad. As soon as I start seeing about 10 of those jokers fly around, I went to the store, I got a bug zapper, I stopped watering from above. Once my stuff germinates, I always water from. I developed some type of wicking system, and that mitigates all of my gnats. Now, we all know Farmer Q did an awesome video on a few different options that I see a lot of people use out there for their gnat, but I've never had to do anything else. I've kept it that simple, and it's worked really well for me.
Okay, yeah, that's awesome.
Mine's work. Put them outside. Like he said,
put them outside. Yeah,
put them outside.
Yeah, put them outside for a couple days, and them gnats will be gone. They'll go somewhere else. It's better grounds, better breeding.
The thing about outside is the fact that there's so much diversity outside for those gnats to compete with. The reason why they get so dominant inside is because there's really no other bugs around, and a lot of stuff lugs. So let me tell you, fungus gnat grubs, they look like little white worms with black heads, and they're so delicious to every other bug out there. But when they don't have no competition,
they thrive.
They get crazy.
They thrive. I've seen it. I've had an infestation of the little worms so bad that I was so grossed out I threw the whole daggone tray away.
Yeah, they look like little baby maggots.
This is nasty, isn't it? Yeah, it's nasty. It's very nasty. So. Yeah, but those things. Yellow is for the white flies.
So y'all suggest that anybody before they bring plants from outside in, because I had gnats, but they in the greenhouse, but they going about their business. But I had got that mix, the bag mix, and those gnats were in those bag mix because all this stuff came out of it. Didn't come out my chicken run, and So that bag that you know, bags that you'll be buying for $20, $7, those things have eggs in them.
Bro,
Plants
you
on.
bring up a really good point, and this is something that's been talked about for years in some forums that I actually follow and everything's like that. A lot of these companies, they don't vet check for fungus net eggs, or I don't know if there's a way that they can, and that's one of those things that maybe you just gotta kind of take care of them yourself when you get the bag. But I know if you kind of do a peroxide mixture and you water it through that stuff, you can supposedly is really effective for getting rid of the eggs.
Do for y'all guys turf therapy, and you guys who are scientists and do a lot of stuff. I got a question for turf therapy a little bit later. But now, when you use that peroxide and that hot water mix, do you damage the nutrients in those soils when you do that hot? You put that hot water in that mix to kill the.
Well, I've never done hot water or peroxide.
No, I'm not. Well, I used to do a little bit of peroxide before I knew better. I don't think it's beneficial to the little bit of so microbial life. It's when you say it, you can destroy your microbial life in your soil, and within 30 days it will recover on itself. But when I'm starting my plants inside, I used to do that before I knew better, right? Using that peroxide, and you'd see it fuzz up, but I just didn't like the way it looked afterwards, and I really felt like it was harsh on the nutrients in the medium as well. I don't have the science behind it to say absolutely the hydrogen peroxide is having an adverse effect on the nutrient uptake for that plant, but I can tell you that my plants weren't performing the way that I thought they should have been when I was struggling. And that could have been because of the gnat infestation at the time, or it could have been because of the hydrogen peroxide. But I crap you not, man. My technique literally came from lead. Lead said, put a bug zapper in the corner, leave it on 24/7. And then through my master gardener's course that I went to, they said, water from below. And I did those two things, and I have a 5% gnat population at most at any time. And a little bit of that, and when they die and they get died up, that ain't nothing but plant food. So
basically, because I've been watching a lot of YouTubers, and that is like a thing to go to. They be telling people using peroxide, But so you debunking that method for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't say I debunked it. I just felt like it was unnecessary. That's all. I can use peroxide on other things like cuts. That's more important. So
wait, you said cuts. Will you use peroxide when you cut the perfect?
No, I mean like my seeds, like the it's like the only thing
he's cutting plants.
No. I mean, I do use alcohol. I use 90% alcohol or stronger when I'm cleaning my tools, that I use to get cuttings or something like that. But other than that, I don't use any hydrogen peroxide in the garden anymore.
So
I did,
yeah. And that's what I was saying too. Like, I said that I've never used it in my garden. That's just something that I've seen people use before, and I've actually researched to actually do it myself, but I never followed through with it because I was actually able to get rid of them through other means. And when I use the hot water, I'm only using that on pure coconut coir before I plant seeds. I never use hot boiling water on soil on soil biological ingredients. That being said, if I were to go with a hydrogen peroxide mix or like some kind of hot boiling water mix into a soil medium, I would definitely, before putting plants into that thing, I would re-inoculate it. Because like Turf says, it's going to take about 30 days for that soil to naturally get back to where it's at. And I don't know how long it would take if you re-inoculate it with some kind of microbial life. It might take 11 days. It might take 17 days. It might take 25 days, and you might only be getting a 5-day bonus. But in my regard, I'm getting some kind of bonus by re-inoculating if I were to use that method. And I'm just saying that for if somebody decided to follow through with that and I'm not using it or Turf's not using it, you know what I mean? Like, I want to give you an option or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Miss Kraft, she made a good statement in here. She said you can sanitize your soil in the oven to get rid of bug eggs. You do need to recharge the soil if you go that route. No, but so what I'm waiting for, I got a whole bunch of seed starter mix that I've mixed up and that either I've already planted it out or the seedlings didn't germinate. So what I do is I'm waiting for a nice warm day to put in my cement mixer. I'm going to pour all that out, and I'm going to let the sun do the job for me. I'm going to let the sun sanitize it, let it bake out there for about 3-4 days, mix it up, bake out there 3-4 days, mix it up, wait until it's bone dry, ain't nothing in there, and then I start from scratch. And that's been working for me, you know, whether it's the wrong way or my way, it's been working for me. I use the sun because not too many people are going to want to put stuff in their oven. Their mom or their wife might be yelling at them. They do that. So,
see, this was the first time this year that I actually even seed started indoors. I never done that before.
Right along with you.
Yeah.
Never
in 25 years since 26 years living in this house, but 25 years of having a garden, I have never seed started, and I never had to. Normally what I do, I have a table similar to what a micro farmer has, and I'll put all my stuff on the table, seeds and water it, and then I'll keep it outside. Now, if the temperature happens to drop, I'll pull it in the garage, you know, because I got it close to the garage. And then when once I put it, I set it right back outside. I never done this. I did it this year, just trying something, because I started watching, you know, people doing this. I'm like, what is this? You know, I never really watched gardening videos and stuff. Probably until this past June. You know what I mean? I'm like, what is this? These people throwing stuff inside. Heat lamps, what are those? You know I never done any of that stuff. And but I've always had success growing because Georgia's a typically warm climate. We have some crazy weather here sometimes. But, you know, you can start, it depends on, you know, what type of Georgia weather we're going to have. You can start growing your stuff in February, March, and outside. And then, you know, if the weather changes, then you just pour the stuff inside. I would just drag that table in the garage. Then when it warms back up, I put it back outside. Thunderstorm coming, put it back inside.
Yeah.
But now that I have a greenhouse, I'll do all that stuff outside. You know what I'm saying? But I do know what you're talking about with those gnats, because when I had that stuff upstairs, like where I'm at with this, in front of this window, oh, it grew excellent because this window's facing west. So it gets that sunlight. Everything jumped up, but I did start noticing the gnats. And, you know, my lady like, what are those?
What are those?
Yeah, she's like, because she has one plant.
I thought I was on a
USS she take care of. That's this daggone aloe vera plant, Harry. You know what I'm saying? And she don't want none of that stuff near Harry. And that's when I got kicked out. And I had been
You got kicked out?
Oh, yeah, I got kicked out.
I wish I'd have got kicked out. I got cussed out.
I been had the greenhouse, but I had never put anything in it yet. I bought the greenhouse back in like October, but I hadn't put anything in it, you know. And yeah, I got kicked out. But I was glad because I didn't want all them gnats. They hard to get rid of, and they flying and this and that. I just took the stuff outside, and you know, for some odd reason, like you said, once you take it outside, I didn't have as much of the gnat problem.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I'd have got kicked out. I got cussed out.
Miss Kraft said she makes a good point. Hydrogen peroxide helps with root rot. And,
yeah, I just done that.
I haven't used it for that, but I believe that because of the way that it seems indiscriminate towards whatever bacteria is going after. It's not just going to be harsh on the eggs and stuff that you're trying to get rid of. And that's why I kind of, you know, I got a love-hate relationship with it. But it's a nice tool to have in the bag. Nice tool to have in the bag for sure. Cherie, I see you talking, Cherie, talking about Baltimore. She's saying Baltimore, not really Maryland. It's Baltimore. She doing that. What is it in Kentucky? They say, you know, I'm not from Kentucky. I'm from Louisville. Like, bro, you understand that's in Kentucky. I'm from Louisville. So
I got a friend like that. I got a friend that says the same stuff, and he almost punched me in my eyeball, man. I'm not African. I'm Moroccan.
Well,
Morocco's in Africa.
You in Africa?
I got Moroccan friends, and it's in Africa.
Yeah, I got.
But, you know, I will say though, like my favorite watermelons I've ever eaten have come from Georgia and Mississippi.
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of watermelon you doing this year, Q? You doing the lemon drop too, right?
Yeah, I'm doing lemon drop.
That's lemon drop cucumber.
Yeah, I got lemon drop watermelon too, but I got lemon drop strawberry.
Okay.
I'm over here unplugging stuff. 1 second. I'll show you one of the strawberry watermelons.
No, what is that? I've seen that in so many. Do you have
this tray right here?
No, what is that contraption you keep your daggone plants in?
Okay, so that germination chamber. So I was doing an irrigation job. I was doing an irrigation job one day. It's I call it a germination chamber, but it really, I'm gonna tell you, look at my hair, y'all. But I'm gonna tell y'all this. I got this contraption. It's really like, okay, so what this thing is really used for, people would use, like, it was $4,000. A client gave it to me, and she was like, I got this cabinet. She's like, this is how she says. She's like, I got this cabinet, and I tried to grow cannabis in it, but I couldn't grow cannabis in it. So would you want to have it and use it for something useful? And I was like, yeah. I was like, sure. She gave me the keys. She gave me the plug. She gave me everything that came with it. And she was like, I bought it for $4,000, but I don't care how much it costed. Okay, I care. Give it to me.
All right.
But yeah, so that's where I got it from. And this is the corn I have going. I'm gonna put this outside tomorrow.
That's squash.
Got the squash.
Yeah, I can tell that's
and then this is the strawberry watermelon right here.
I like to keep seeds. I got some white corn, and I follow Farming Q. Now, if my corn don't do well this year, Q, you owe me some corn seeds next year, bro.
I got my corn's in the ground already too. So I'm growing some backup corn for Farmer Q. That's what I'm gonna call it when I finally make it a video. Just in case his fails, we gonna make sure he got some corn to pop back there by the end.
Yes.
So I don't even want the corn. I'm literally growing the corn just in case something happens to Q, so I can send him a little 1 pound bag.
You're gonna give me a care package.
I'm gonna send you a care package, bro. So
I'll follow right behind him. And actually, do not. His recipe worked because in 3 days, my corn, boom, is up, and I'm ready to
later. Go something, Jeff.
All right,
so,
Jeff.
Good night, Jeff. And that's what I said. I'm following Farming Q, even with the bleach on the okra season, even with Cajun Hydroponics. Cajun Hydroponics about the bleach, and everybody got on my case. Who put bleach on okra seeds? I'm saying people that grow okra seeds by the abundance, they do that.
Why?
I stuck mine dead in the ground.
Right. Why are they putting bleach on the okra seeds?
Because
crack me up, man.
So I'll tell you.
People won't use a synthetic fertilizer, but they will put bleach on okra seeds.
Oh, Q's going to question because we did a lot the other day.
So the person is ironic. This particular instance is ironic because the person who told Microfarmer about that is Cajun Hydroponics. So he does use it, but I will say that what I found, I got some Burmese okra seeds that I harvested from last season, right? And I planted them straight into the seed starter cells, and I only got 50% germ. Actually, I actually got less than 50% because I had a whole cell of okra seeds that didn't plant. So I probably got 30% germination, 25% germination on my Burmese okra. And when I saw Microfarmer's video about what Cajun Hydroponic did with his okra seeds, it made sense because those shells on those okra are stupid hard. I don't know if I would use 100% bleach. I'd probably use like a 25% bleach solution or something like that, just because it would make me sleep better at night.
But what does the bleach do?
It literally takes that outside coat and literally dissolves it in a matter of minutes. I'm talking about like the outside seed coat. And it doesn't.
You'll see that happen. It actually broke down the hard outer shell. You saw the tails coming out.
So is that
15 minutes?
Is that something that could be achieved by just using water?
No,
like, could you
water takes 24 hours to 48 hours. But Cajun Hydroponics said that's how his family, people from Louisiana,
production. You're doing it. So it's like a quick, like a blanching. You like blanch it, shake it 5 seconds later, and you're ready to go.
No, they soaking it.
You
still gonna soak it overnight?
No, you soak it in the bleach solution for 15 minutes and then you rinse it off. You clean it off.
It's a time saver. Got it.
Okay. Yeah, basically it's a time saver.
Do I need to go dig my seeds up? I don't plant it at my mother's house. But I need to go dig them up and put them in bleach.
But no, here it goes, people. When people give me advice, like if Turk, I got something for Turk, but I ain't get that question yet. When people say something, I'm an experimental gardener, a full one. I'm not a person that's going to say that. And hopefully y'all don't see me messed up. Everything I do is experimental. If Q, like I said, Q gave me some information, I went out and purchased it, bro. You know what I'm saying? If anybody give me information, I'm going to be that guy to go out there to try to show other people this is what Q did. This is what turf therapy is, what hands in dirt, Cajun hydroponics. And I'm going to show people if it works or not. And that's what I was talking about. Like, some people can't afford to do what I do. They can't afford to lose season because they actually feed their family for what they grow. They eat what they grow. I don't.
Yeah.
I can dig that because it's like you're kind of being a guinea pig for everybody else.
Yeah, basically. Because I have the opportunity to do that.
To be the guinea pig.
You admitted it. You're a guinea pig now, micro guinea.
I've always been. I never said I was nothing else but that. And
Right.
What I'm trying to, so the guinea pig status, I know Turf wasn't here, but I think I said what I was saying about that, is that I'm going to take the style that Farmer Q does, Cajun Hydroponic, and a lot of others do, and see if I can grow a better vegetable with more nutrients, because I'm going to do it like the high. With the Coco Coir, I'm going to use the method that Q does. Then I'm going to take it from the Coco Coir and actually put it in soil. So once I get that plant nice and going, I'm going to still use the same fertilizer, because you can use this in soil. But Q said earlier, if anybody wasn't here, you can break this down to use it actually in your garden beds without damaging your, but you got to cut it back. So what I'm going to do is start my seeds. The next batch is cucumbers. I'm going to use the cucumber. I'm using my cucumbers with the method that Q is talking about in Coco Coir. Use this solution. Once they get going, get really up there where they need to be. I hope they look nice and big, and then I'm going to plant them in soil like hands in the dirt. I'm going to put it in soil. And I'm going to continue to use this because I think Q said earlier you can use this through the whole growth, right?
Yeah, at a quarter on the soil, yeah. At a quarter ratio, a quarter strength.
Anybody don't know what this is? It's called Dino growth.
Hey, Linda.
What's up, the New Orleans gardener? How you doing?
Oh man, Miss Linda.
Miss Linda in the house.
Yeah, you could definitely do corn in the bag all day. I did my corn in a container last year. I'm doing it in 2 containers this year.
Yeah.
Where I'm at, I can't put anything in the ground, so you could definitely do that.
I put my corn in a container because I only have raised beds. I hadn't tilled my soil and tried to put my I've never put my garden actually in my ground. I've always used raised beds. I mean, I have a space, but I just like the raised beds. It's easy for me.
Yeah.
So I got some new garden. Well, not it's new to me, but I went to the Dollar Tree and got those grow bags or lawn bags or something.
Yeah.
They look like they could be like a 25-gallon bag. I'm trying to look for it. I don't see one. Dang.
I've never used those. I've used the containers. I never used the grow bags yet.
Yeah, I got.
There you go one. There you go one.
Containers are grow bags, and they're all okay.
Like this.
Yeah,
Man, you can hide a small child in that thing.
Yeah.
This was from the Dollar.
That's a big old grow bag.
This was a Dollar Tree.
That's plastic.
Lawn bag.
Is that like is that nylon or like?
Yeah, it's some type of nylon.
Yeah, it's gonna be some type of.
Yeah, it's flimsy, but it can do like you probably get 1 year out of it. I ain't gonna lie.
That's probably like landscape fabric material of some sort too, like a higher grade of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm assuming you might get 2 seasons out of it if you don't move it. Like if you filled it up and let it sit where it's gonna sit.
Yeah.
But it feels like if the sun hits it all year long, I mean the growth season, it's gonna deteriorate. It's gonna just bust open on you after a while. You know what I mean? So maybe something like this will be Coco Coir, something light, like a light mixture. You probably.
Oh, Coco Coir would be really. If you did 100% coconut coir, like that would be sick for that.
I probably wouldn't try to move it once I filled it.
So Veggie Farm, she said, how deep of a container did I use to plant the corn? So last year, my container was, the container that I planted in, it was only like 10 inches deep. I'm going much deeper this year because I needed that depth. You probably want a container that's at least going to give you 12 inches.
Yeah.
And then Jackson Harlem, he said, how do you bottom water with your containers like the drip line Q put up? No, so what I was referring to was starting my seeds indoors. When I'm starting them indoors, the cells that I use, they got an open bottom. So I just pour my water into the tray that the cell sits in, and then it wicks up. When I'm outside, I do have a few containers that do have a wicking effect where I can water from below.
Right.
But outside, I literally just water the container until I know it's watered well enough.
Right.
Sometimes I'll water it until I see it come out the bottom of the bag, and then I'll leave it alone.
Yeah.
Those are two different animals. And the only reason why I do the below watering when I'm in the bag, the reason why I want to water until I see it come out the bottom, I should probably finish that out.
Yeah.
Is because if you just giving it a little bit of water and the water is not making it to the bottom of the bag, guess where the roots have to go to get the water? They have to come back up. So your roots aren't going to be established and drive deep and go deep down. So go deep down where you want them to be to have a healthy plant. So when I do water, I usually want to give a nice soaking to it. That way I know the water is saturated all the way through the container. And then as it dries out on top, the roots won't be encouraged to come up top for the water. They know they need to dive deeper.
Right.
So those are two different animals we're talking about right there. But that's a good question.
Yeah, I found these at the Dollar Tree also. You see these little thing?
Those soaker holes. Nice.
So I think you was talking about somebody said not water the plants on the top.
Yeah, Jackson Hall was asking Turf about like if you use drip on his pots.
Now, Turf would know about this. I found that Home Depot, they have this thing that you can go in your water hose. It has four sockets out, right?
Yeah, the split.
So I'm going to connect these to that to the one hose and connect these to a water hose, and I'm going to put them through my raised beds and just move them around so I don't overwater. So I'm going to just put it on a timer, and these were from the Dollar Tree. And I don't know how good they work, but they're from the Dollar Tree, so I'm going to just
What you making that say? I got one thing to let you know about that. Be careful with your water pressure. Don't run all four at one. Don't let all four run at once. But that rolls me into a question I got for Q that I dropped on his video for his drip irrigation.
Right.
And I think a lot of people this is where people get fed up with drip when they're extending their line out so far and they don't have adequate pressure to meet the demand of the drip.
Before T-Nog leaves, can I answer something she said real quick?
Okay.
So about the bleach and more nutrients. As far as the nutrients go, I'm just trying to offer, like, if you were growing a 100% coconut coir or coconut coir with perlite, and you have a medium that draws nutrients from your actual water that you're feeding the plants, I'm giving options to where people can understand how to garden within that process. And I'm also giving people options if they have a soil that wasn't established or built correctly foundationally, that they can then go and supplement that soil and not have any of the detrimental effects of using these synthetic nutrients. As far as the bleach goes, that's just experimental stuff that people have been doing, and it makes seeds pop faster and stuff. But I just wanted to clarify that because I saw that you were leaving real soon. But you have a great night, Miss Linda, and I appreciate you coming by.
You say you're embarrassed you didn't ask this sooner, Harlem. Hey, don't be. Just be happy you finally got it out there.
Yeah, I'm finna move. I have the 1/4-inch irrigation hose, and I'm finna move up to the 1/2-inch. I have, my water pressure is very, very high. I think a part of it is because I have an in-ground irrigation system in my yard for the grass, which I got to find the hydrant. But I have like really, really high pressure. I could have my sprinklers going on the front, the manual sprinklers, and be spraying in the back. My pressure's like still very, very high. But I think I want to go with the 1/2-inch because I'm gonna run that 1/2-inch. I'm gonna dig a little trench to go over to my muscadine vines. I want to feed those all of my beds, and like last year, I got a timer and all that. I had to turn my pressure like way down.
Oh so man, I'm gonna answer two of y'all's questions. You and Turf's question. Not you didn't ask the question, but I think by me commenting on that, and I want to let you finish. I just want to, if you have more to add to that.
No, I just think I'm going up to the 1/2-inch instead of the 1/4.
Okay, so with the drip irrigation, y'all, and this is really important for, especially if it sounds like Hands in Dirt sounds like you're using your water pressure from your irrigation system, right?
No, I got to actually hook to the hydrant in the back.
Oh, okay.
My irrigation system is in the front yard. But what I'm saying is, like my neighbor, he doesn't have enough pressure to run two sprinklers, you know, like the ones you stick in the ground.
Yeah, the rotors or the spray.
Yeah, he can't run 2 of those because he doesn't have that pressure. Me, I can run 2 of those in the back and still be spraying my holes in the back because my pressure is like really, really high. And I think maybe because I have an in-ground irrigation system, the pressure's turned up high. Like I'm guessing it's turned up high like that because I have like really high pressure. So I'm thinking I'm gonna go to the 1/2-inch hose this year. I've been looking at it, trying to figure out which one I want to buy.
If it's already preset, what you could do in that situation, you can get you a inline pressure regulator and plumb it onto your thing.
Yeah, I saw those.
And if you get one that's actually like made for commercial use, not like some Home Depot crud. I'm sorry, like Home Depot, they sell terrible products. But like if you go to like a part supply store, whether it be for like lawn supply and they have irrigation stuff, and you get an inline pressure regulator, you usually have to like screw this in with 3/4 inch, like with 3/4 inch, whatever. But you get that in there, man, you can run drip. If you have you can run drip for acres. I'm talking about like it gets crazy.
But yeah, I think I want to run it through all my beds because it makes, even with the little 1/4 inch, it did okay. But sometimes I would come back and it's blown the hose off.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
And that's yeah. When I first set up my first irrigation system, I had problems so bad with that pressure that you're talking about that I had a pump that actually smoked out and burned up because of cavitation because my pressure was too high, and it was basically creating like pressure bubbles that would rotate from the drip back to the pump, from the drip to the pump, and whenever they make those passes like that, the bubble gets hotter and hotter, but there's no heat going to it. It's just pressure, and then like but it cracked my whole pump system. But when I actually put that inline pressure regulator on the sump pump, it actually helped the pump not really go through all that stuff. But then when I plumb stuff in the ground too, like so on my system outside with the drip, I have a pressure regulator on it. But when I actually have a pump coming from if I were to link my irrigation system, this drip out there in my backyard, to my system, because I actually can do that, but I just don't want to. I don't want to do that because the chlorine and all that, the chlorine build up in the water supply and the municipal water supply and stuff like that. But if I chose to do that, if I just put that pressure regulator on there, I can have 120 psi, and it's going to make sure that my drip only runs at 40 psi the whole time.
Right. Yeah, that's a lot of pressure.
Now, before I, we've been hit almost 3 hours. Turf therapy. Hello, Simply Jan Homestead. But
how you doing, Simply Jan?
Yeah, Simply Jan came in. I just didn't want to interrupt y'all. Now, turf therapy. Now, I got an issue with my grass. So tomorrow I'm going to be out there shifting my chicken compost, and that came with my theory. I'm going to take my chicken compost because I have this. I got 3 of these. Well, I'm not going to use all 3, but I'm going to use the holds 3 yards of soil in it. And I'm thinking about at this point, it's in Connecticut, it's April? I was thinking about using that chicken soil, the chicken compost, to lay on top of some of my grass to get some of them bare spots and level it off. Now, what do you think you suggest? Do I take my grass seeds and soak them for 4 or 5 days before I actually plant those seeds? Grass seeds, because I want to get my grass. I know you're a landscaper, so.
Yeah. I had a lawn care service for 12 years, and I see.
Oh,
I never done that.
Oh, okay. That's something. Both of y'all can answer if you want. I was putting.
No, let Turf answer.
So I want to take the first part of your question about using the compost to level something off. That's not going to work.
No.
That compost, once it finishes breaking down and do what it wants to do, you're gonna end up with the same type of situation. You need topsoil for that if you're trying to level out places. And the second thing that I'll give you is absolutely not. You do not need to soak your seeds for 4 days. Grass seed, absolutely not. What's more important is that you make sure that you use a clean seed so you don't introduce a whole bunch of noxious weeds into your lawn. So that means not buying the cheapest thing on the shelf. You probably want to stay away from your big box store, go to your agricultural store and buy whatever local blend that they're blending up specific to your region, and you'll be good to go. And with you being in Connecticut, man, you can go with a rye and your grass will be popping within 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah.
That rye will germinate almost overnight.
Quickly.
You'll be mowing that thing within 2 weeks, within 3 to 4 weeks. After you throwing the seed out there, it'll look like you never did anything to it.
That's true.
Now, which one rye you want? Because my neighbors, I don't like their rye the way they have it. They have that perennial rye.
So they probably got that cheap old cultivar of perennial rye. Perennial rye has
yellow. When the winter time comes, it's just yellow. It looks like it died down. It just
Rye in the winter dies?
That's weird.
Well, it's not going to
perennial.
die.
It died. I mean, it looks like it died, but it went dormant.
Okay.
It went dormant. It turns yellow.
So that's going to happen. There's no getting around. If you're getting so cold and your ground is freezing, the plant's going to protect itself. It's going to withdraw all of its energy from the foliage of those blades. It's going to store it in the roots, and it being perennial in the proper climate, your climate being Connecticut, it'll come back and green right back up as soon as the spring comes. I mean, it's nothing you can really do about that, though.
Right.
The most cold tolerant grass type for your area would be rye. It just means that you're getting so cold that it's going to go to sleep. The only thing that's going to be awake during that time is going to be winter weeds. So there's really that's nature's process. You just and it's good for your turf to go to bed. Like,
funny you say that because I put Kentucky
31
grass. That grass
K31?
green. Like everybody that's on this block has that type of grass. The Kentucky,
this is cold weather grass.
Tall fuchsias.
So tall fescue. So turf type. This is what you got to do. So turf type, tall fescue.
My grass
don't go tall fescue. Perennial ryegrass, Kentucky bluegrass, those are all cool season grasses. To be honest, the easiest, fastest working grass that you can work with in your climate that will hand up to those colder temperatures is going to be perennial ryegrass. Turf type tall fescue is cool because it can withstand those colder temperatures, but it's not going to stand up to it like that perennial ryegrass is. It's just not. And this is when you have to take a look at in-depth trials, and you really don't need to do that. I can just recommend a couple seeds to you, but cultivars make that difference. No different from a type of pepper that might be a little bit more cold hardy than
Bermuda in Connecticut
or citrus. Bermuda in Connecticut is not going to survive.
No,
I would be surprised if you were even able to get that to establish.
But that's what I'm saying. Where I'm at in zone 7A, where we mostly all have Kentucky bluegrass or tall fescue.
Fescue.
I'm telling you, you want to set yourself apart from your neighbors and have a really easy to maintain grass that you can go high and low with. Turf type tall fescue, it likes to be cut high. You need to cut that at 3 1/4 inches or higher for it to be at its healthiest. Kentucky bluegrass, it's different. You can cut it high or you can cut it low. It looks better in between 1 inch to 2.5 inches, right? But the problem with Kentucky bluegrass is it takes forever to germinate, and it spreads, which is a good thing, but it spreads kind of slow. Perennial rye will germinate within 3 days, have your lawn fully established within 30 days. You'll be mowing it back to your normal activities like it's nothing, and that seed is relatively cheap when you have to overseed it if it gets too thinned out. So you can pick your poison. If I were you, I would go with Kentucky bluegrass or perennial rye because they're going to stand up to that foot traffic a lot better. Turf type tall fescue, you will have to overseed that every other year.
I oversee, but his yard, because he complained, because he was complaining because he just moved in through COVID-19, and he complained because he don't like because it makes his house look terrible because it's all yellow, right? Because it went dormant. And then he goes driving down, like the whole neighborhood looks great because everybody, even when the snow is green grass, right?
It's probably because it's not getting enough water and nutrients, though.
Yeah, that's something that shouldn't be.
In the wintertime, it's done that with the previous owners. They the ones put that crap.
Yeah, and it might be in the soil. Has he done a soil test? Like he might have nutrients locked up left and right.
His yellow.
His manganese might not be existent, or magnesium. There could be so many different factors that have to do with that, though. That's what I'm saying. Once
it rains and it gets this, and it warms up and it gets rain, like now it's turning nice and greenish, right?
But my suggestion, micro farmer, is to see if you can find a good blend. All right. So they sell a lot of grass that has a blend of different grasses, and that may work for you. He's right about the rye. It has the opposite effect down here in the South. Down here in Georgia, a lot of times some of my customers, that had fescue.
Soil test, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, a lot of my customers, they would want me to put this rye out during the wintertime because down here, rye is green in the wintertime. It's beautiful. So but the only problem with it is, like Turf Farmer said, is you have to get a high quality rye because a lot of these ryes have a lot of weeds in them. A lot of weeds in them. So come springtime, your pre-emergence and all that, you're fighting that. You know, trying to get back to your regular fescue or whatever type of grass you have.
Yeah, and then I preface this with start with a soil test, because then you'll know what your soil is deficient in. Yeah. And I guarantee you, your neighbors, if everybody else is green and y'all all got the same grass.
No, we don't. He has perennial.
He got rye.
He's got rye.
We all have fescue. We have fall fescue.
That fescue, I'm telling you, I'm here, right? I got perennial rye on my side plot. That's perennial rye and Kentucky bluegrass on my side plot. I got fescue and Kentucky bluegrass from the front and the back. The side plot hung in longer than the front and the back because rye is a colder, the particular cultivar I have is a colder hardy plant than the Kentucky bluegrass and the fescue. Fescue can stand up to warmer temps. That's why they do it down in North Carolina, because they can stand up to those warmer temps, and you can stay green all winter long.
But the only problem with it down here in the South with the fescue, because my yard is fescue, most of the yards I used to service would be Bermuda, which is a summer grass. But I had one client, he was from California, and he wanted, what's that grass they use down in Florida?
St. Augustine.
St. Augustine. He tried to plant some St. Augustine down here in Georgia, and we're just a little too far north, here in Atlanta.
They don't stay warm long enough.
Yeah, he had a little patch of that, and everything else was, Bermuda.
Bermuda took over.
Yeah. So down here we can grow centipede, Bermuda, fescue, rye. Only time rye works down here is during the fall and the winter. As soon as the spring hit, it's dead.
Yeah. And you got to transition that thing timely, right? Because it will completely screw up. Like I watch dudes all the time. They'll do the perennial rye overseed in the winter, and then try to transition back to Bermuda. But if you don't smoke that stuff out ahead of time, it will dramatically stunt the Bermuda's ability to fill back in.
Oh boy, it's bad too. I know, like I see what you're talking about, Turf. It gets real bad because people, it's like they try to have the best of both worlds. They try to be green all year long, essentially green all year. And it's like in Texas, you can achieve that. Like it's one of those special places where you kind of achieve that. But like what people fall off on is the back end of that rye, and they just get they're like, why won't my Bermuda? Why is my Bermuda looking all poor?
That rye choking it out.
It ate it. Yeah. If people don't realize when you cut that rye, as opposed to when you cut Bermuda, that rye leaves so much green. It's just like it stains so much stuff. It just I can already tell that it probably eats more nitrogen than Bermuda. Like it just eats. I'm assuming. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just saying.
I don't know.
Good night, Linda. Yeah, yellow grass in Connecticut during the winter. When your grass is yellow and it's the wintertime or the summertime, that is the plant's natural reaction to protecting itself. That's all that is. No different from Bermuda going bronze, corn bronze in the winter. It is just going dormant. Just like your peppers can go dormant and come back, just like any other perennial plant, we go in the garden. That's all it is. It's a grassy plant. That's all it is. No different from corn.
I was gonna say corn.
Corn is just a grassy plant that grows up really tall and then has these huge seed pods that come off of it that taste delicious when you eat it. That's all it is.
But the thing I was saying that when you have a nice house and somehow it's just about what you want to call aesthetics. What do you call it?
Right.
It's just that. He's upset because his house looks terrible than the rest of everybody else. Because everybody in the wintertime, all our yards are green.
Send them to me. I'll take care of them.
Yeah. Or he needs to go to some lawn professional that's in your area so he can get a soil sample.
Yeah, I can teach him how to do it for free for himself, though, or for the low. Really, you pull in the soil sample. You send it to your local university that works with your extension office. If you don't know how to interpret it, I can help and interpret it. I'm serious, man. Tell the man, come check my channel out.
But you're saying perennial rye, it'll stay green?
This perennial rye should be fine. Like if everybody else is green and he's not, something is wrong with his soil, or he's doing something wrong. He's not
it's green now. It's gotta be green because we get rain.
I'm just talking about during the winter. If the fescue is awake during the winter, everybody else is green and he's brown, something's wrong with his soil. He's not watering enough, or he's not getting nutrients. That's the problem. It's not the green.
That's because they have perennial grass. Because now it's greening up like crazy. We're getting a little rain here.
Yeah.
Now it's getting green rain.
It should have been hanging in there right along with the fescue. If the fescue didn't go dormant, I'm confused to why the perennial ride did.
Okay. See, I learned something.
What's up, hey BB? How you doing? It's good to see you. I don't know if I said hey as you came in earlier.
Kombucha.
Yeah, I messed around and did that ride one year, and I should have known better because I had clients used to want that, and I would tell them, man, I don't really want to do that, but they were like, that's what I want. Okay, you're paying. All right, I'm just telling you, come this spring, it's going to cost you.
Yeah.
Now,
and I did it once, and it was just, I had problems trying to get all those weeds out of my yard.
What would y'all recommend if somebody has some type of grass they did not want? Do they go to Home Depot and rent a sod cutter and scrape their whole yard out and replant, or they use that stuff called total kill?
It depends on what the grass. What do you mean weeds, or they want to flip their entire lawn? Those are two different.
Whole entire lawn. They want to like remove that particular grass and grow another species.
The cheapest way to do it is to use glyphosate, and smoke it out. It's a non-selective herbicide. I don't. Glyphosate is the active ingredient. That's the cheapest way to do it, or you could cut it out. The problem with cutting it out is you're removing your topsoil as well.
Yeah, you're gonna have to add a lot more than just sod when you come back.
Some products, I'm just saying, because I'm being devil advocate. My grass is, I like it the way it is with the clovers, because I got chickens, so the clovers I feed to the chicken when I cut. My chicken's getting clover, dandelions, so my grass is great for my purpose, right?
Yeah.
When you use those what you're gonna call a kill all, right? When you say it doesn't have to discriminate, killing everything, right? Mm-hmm. Total kill. Do you have to wait a whole year? Because some of them say you gotta wait.
Absolutely not.
No.
No, you can use glyphosate, kill your lawn off within 30 days, and be planting seed again in 7 days.
Yeah. So it won't be no residue or residuals under once you do that.
You won't have residuals that will matter to the life of the grass seed that's planting there.
Yeah, the half-life of the glyphosate that you put down will have gone through so many, and I don't like to talk like this, but it'll have gone through so many half-lives, which is like the life cycle of the chemical, that it'll be so minute to the point where it won't affect your new grass.
What happens is the microbes start eating it up, and then they poop it out, and it's something completely different. So you kill it off, and the only thing I would tell you is do not use a glyphosate that's extended protection, extended release. That stuff you'll have to wait 30 days. You'll have to wait 30 days. But I don't know of any product you have to wait a whole year after you apply it to seed. I don't think that product exists.
Bare yard for a year.
Unless you salt.
Yeah, some bottles say that. Up here, they'll say you can't plant for a whole year.
I did mine.
Plant what? Vegetables or seed?
Grass seeds. Like
that product probably shouldn't even be able to purchase that product. If that product exists, you cannot purchase it as a homeowner.
I did mine in 2015. I redid my entire yard. But what I did was, I know how to run a Bobcat. My uncle have several Bobcat dump trucks and all that kind of stuff. So he brought up some loads of topsoil. And what happened was, because I'm on a incline, we were getting those hard rains and was washing my topsoil out. My topsoil was in my driveway, and all these rocks were showing. So we got the Bobcat, scraped it. We came in with 2 or 3 tandem loads of topsoil, spread that out. I had to reseed everything, and I would say once the seeds germinated and all that, I didn't have an issue. I've never used the chemical he's talking about, but that probably will work too. But I have access to Bobcats and tractors and all that kind of stuff.
That's a good point you made there, because with it being cool seeds, so the benefit and I guess the downside of cool season grass is even the Kentucky bluegrass, once you smother it with soil, if you were to come and put 2-3 inches of soil on top of it and literally just plant on top of that, that would work. But the more effective way of just getting it done and making sure you have a clean germination and a nice stand of turf is just to kill it off. A lot of people don't like it when you hear it and you said turf, microgreen. My grass is very green now. It should be. You out there, it's warming up. So, but a lot of people, they're afraid of chemicals, and I think it's the reason why they're afraid of chemicals is because it's stuff that you can't pronounce, right? You read it and you're like, what is that? But when you educate yourself and you use the proper PPE and you use the proper tips when you're applying it,
Right.
this stuff is more than safe. Like when you're brushing your teeth or when you're putting on lotion or you're putting on makeup, you're not nearly as concerned about the chemicals that are inside of those tubes of devices and things that you use on a daily basis. And most of the time, the stuff that's being used in these situations, they're not too much different. They're a couple compounds away from being something that's labeled as extremely poisonous. And if you read the back of the label and it says contact the poison office, that means what you got is some form of poison, right?
Well,
Does it not mean that?
to your point though, like to your point, sir, like a lot. So when I went into food grade, pharmaceutical grade, and I went into like agricultural grade, that's the distinction that these companies are kind of using for toothpaste and things like that. You're usually using the same chemicals. Actually, it's just that they've refined them to the point where there's no trace heavy metals within them. And then that's about it.
Yeah, I used to be a plant manager for a chemical company called Biolab, and believe me, we had all kind of corrosive and all types of chemicals that could, and mostly what we had was water treatment, and it was for swimming pools. We made chemicals for like that grease lightning that you clean your tubs and all that kind of stuff with. The works, we made all that kind of stuff. So I was a plant manager there for 12 years, and you're right. They got they have. It all determines of what kind of compounds, like Turf was saying, you add this to this particular chemical, like calcium hypochloride. You add this to calcium hypochloride or lithium hypochloride or calcium hypochloride, you got a bomb. You know what I'm saying? But if you don't add those materials to it, something like filter bright and all these different things, then you won't have any issues with it. But
you add a nice little organic fuel source to that, and you in there.
Hey man,
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
We burned down a building. Google this. We burned down a building. They was running lithium hypochloride. It was either calcium hypochloride. This stuff is very volatile.
Yeah.
You can't mix it, and it's a pool chemical.
Yeah.
But you can't mix it with dirt.
That's why you heard what I said. The organic fuel.
Let's not get nobody no ideas. But anyway,
you open source information. You just gotta know what you.
It's like we got some live lurkers over here about.
Andel, I wanted to address something Andel just said. She said we just planted high dollar fescue seed, Scott brand that has fertilizer already on the seed. It has taken a long time, but it's sprouting now. Rye in our zone dies in the summer for sure. North Carolina 8A. Andel, I'm telling you,
it's a gimmick.
I wish you would have emailed me. Can you take a picture of the product you use, or the down to what their label is, and tell me? I want to know more about this high dollar fescue seed that you just ordered. Because I guarantee it's not clean seed if it's coming from Scott's. I ain't got nothing against Scott's. It's a wonderful company. It's been around for a long time. Please don't come for my head or my neck, Scott's. All I'm saying is there's much better seed blends out there.
All right.
And I encourage you to go to your local agricultural store, because whatever blend they have in there that's clean is specifically designed for your area. Now, if you don't have the option to go into an agricultural type store and buy clean seed, then you can check out one of the many seeds I've recommended on my channel.
Right.
And I'll let you know if it's straight up clean or if you got a little bit of residual weeds in there.
Right.
I know you're using the word the local agriculture. Is you talking about your local nurseries?
No.
It could be. Nurseries do carry
some nurseries.
But no, I'm not talking about it. It's usually an ag store that deals with farmers. You can pick up farm feed there. Stuff like that.
So that's the actual word across America, agricultural stores.
Well, you probably want to have better. If you looked up feed store, you might have a better cross connection with the terminology.
Right.
Yeah.
So guys that was in the lawn business, there's certain stores that we went to. We know that, instead of Home Depot, to get certain types of fertilizer, be it liquid or granular or whatever it is, because
y'all got a Ewing,
it cost us more, but we knew it was a higher quality.
No, See, hold up. I want everybody to understand. Microphone is just asking these guys questions because I know a lot of people y'all might not see stuff. So I'm just asking questions for just to get that y'all can get that information out to them. You know what I mean?
Out here where I live, they actually have a sod farm out here where I live. And if you've never been to a sod farm,
It's amazing.
It's crazy. So I'll go to the sod farm, and I know a couple of guys out there, and you can go out there and watch them actually cut the sod and roll up on the whole machine deal and all that. And that's one of the best places to go if you have questions. If you can find a sod farm or like Turk was saying, somewhere that sell commercial grade seeds and fertilizers, that'd be the best place to go. If you want to get some information, because I got a lot of information from them. I would go in there and just sit around and talk to these guys and other guys that was in the lawn care business, especially the ones that had more commercial properties. Like I had commercial properties, nurseries and restaurants and all that type of deal. But there's some guys that was just straight commercial. And you want to talk to those guys. If you can run into somebody like that, then you just drain them of all the information.
There's your plug right there. Yeah. Hey, but so the VA Growing Gardener has a question. If your front lawn consists of a beautifully plush green struggle of weeds and grass, is it really your front lawn?
It is. I mean, yeah. To some people, they don't mind having a little mixed blend in their life, and then other people, you want a nice, healthy stand of just turf. Y'all gonna see when I finally get to where I'm going one day. My front lawn will be my playground, and my back lawn will be everyone else's playground. You know what I mean? Well, I might have to flip it depending on the sun pattern and how things are laid out. But the idea is, as long as you're happy, when you pull up and it makes you smile, that's all that really matters. And I'm going to show you what a fully organic lawn looks like without doing any type of applications for weed control, because where people mess up at, I'm gonna tell you where the average homeowner messes up at every time. They'll pay someone to come do all this work to their lawn, but they don't have the discipline to maintain the cultural practices. Right. And that comes down to proper watering, proper mowing, proper feeding. That's it. If you do those three things, your lawn will immediately become not the worst lawn on the block. That quick. That's the thing, the truth that most people don't want to tell you. If you feed it properly, you water it properly, and you mow it often throughout its growth cycle. And don't be one of those people that allows your grass to grow for 2 weeks and then you chop it all the way down. Right. It is unhealthy for you to remove more than 1/3 of that plant at any given time. Right. It's no different from harvesting, cutting and coming again on lettuce. Yeah. If you come to the lettuce and you take 50% of that plant is going into shock. It is going to slow down its production. Right. Guaranteed, they might just go to seed on you because you took so much of it. It may think that it's about to die. Right. But if you take 1/3 of that plant and then you move to another one, and you take 1/3 of this other lettuce, you can cut and come again with no problem. So you got to treat your turf the same way, and most people don't do that, and that's why they fail.
Then another issue, like you said, when they come back and they chop it down real low. I've seen a lot of people burn their yard up. Like they'll come in and cut their grass. If it's 4 inches, they drop it down to 2.
Yeah, and
you'll burn the yard up. I've seen actually guys that were supposed to be lawn care guys, out there cutting these people's grass, and I'm looking at this guy like, and it's Bermuda. And I'm talking about, you can nap Bermuda. You can nap it, especially if you got zoysia or something like that, one of those expensive Bermudas. You can't golf course it or whatever, but you just can't come and just whack it in half.
Yeah. You got to progressively go down.
Yeah, you got to stay on top of it. Bringing that height of cut down, that's a process, and keeping it at that level height, that low level height, sub quarter inch realm. You're on your lawn every other day during the growing season. That's a commitment, and if you can't make that commitment, don't try to do it.
He had the Zoysia. What's the old school lawnmower with the open blades, but he had the one with the motor on it, not just the push one. You know what I'm talking about, Turf?
You talking about real mower?
Oh, real mower, yeah. He had Zoysia. He put his whole front side yard Zoysia. He spent a lot of money on this, and he had the real mower, and he could keep his nap really low with that. But like I said, he had to constantly cut it.
You have to.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, Turf. The way you explained it, that means that I need to be in Texas. From Bermuda, I need to be cutting my yard twice a week. Then.
Yes, absolutely. During your growing season, you need to. And so the thing is, you're probably using a rotary mower, right?
Yeah.
So if you drop that thing all the way down, drop it down, and you just mow it. And every time you need to remove 1/3 of the inch off of it, during your peak of your growing season, you might be on your lawn 3 times a week. But I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen with that Bermuda. Right. It's gonna choke all the weeds out.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a nice flat
that lateral growth.
Man, it's gonna spread like crazy.
Yeah, it will
spread like crazy. And as long as it gets enough moisture and it gets a little bit of NP and K,
yeah,
you'd be good to go, man.
That's how I know I'm around the right people, because y'all got my mouth watering about this grass right now. This is unnatural reaction right now, but we're around the right people.
I just ran into a guy at Home Depot, and I saw him looking at all this soil, and he was kind of fidgeting around, and I'm grabbing bags of this compost and manure and whatnot, and he said, "Hey man, I have gaps in between my sod." I said, "So you got new construction?" You know what I mean? I'm like, so I said, "You got new construction?" "Oh yeah." He was like, he wanted to try to put something in between the gap and his Bermuda. I told him, I said, "No, man, you ain't got to do nothing." I was like, "You got new construction, dude." I was like, "That Bermuda is a creeper." I've cut people's yards where the neighbor had Bermuda and these people had centipede, and guess what the Bermuda was doing? Going in these other people's yard.
Of course, it sure will. It will dominate.
Yeah, it was pushing. The line of demarcation was the Bermuda was winning the fight. I said, "Dude, I said, oh, you got to wait. You got a summer grass, man."
I got one.
He's like, he got what's the people that come out and do all the fertilizing and all that? He said he had got a treatment of this and that or whatever. True green. I told him, gotta be careful with those people, but I said, as soon as it get warmed up, that grass is going to creep and fill in those gaps. I've never sodded a whole yard. I've never done that, but I have sodded partial yards.
Yeah,
I have sodded partial yards where people might have had junipers. They wanted it all taken up. We took up all the junipers, and then we would go back with the Bermuda, and you're going to have a slight gap, especially if you don't roll it. A lot of people don't understand that. And once you roll it and it gets fertilized, it'll fill in, and you'll never even know it was there.
Yeah, I want to get at what is it? Nahavano P. You're saying overseeding. I need you to expand on that a little bit. I want to dive into it, but I want to know what you dropped it down there. Okay, I'm gonna get to that. But Andel, I got a little bit more juice for you. You said that your instruction says don't mow until 3 inches high. Absolutely, Farmer Q gave you some good advice. You seed it fescue, let it get 3 inches high. But let me remind you, when you get on it and get off of it. That means don't worry about trying to make it pretty. That is tender, brand new seedlings, and you opened up a can of worms seeding it in the spring. For cool season lawns, I want everybody to take this note. If you are a cool season lawn, meaning you are North Carolina or above, right, where you're able to seed cool season lawns, cool type. We got our cool season crops just like in gardening. You got your warm season crops just like in gardening, and in the turf, you have warm season grass and you have cool season grass, right? The best time to overseed a cool season lawn is going to be in the fall. Right. And the reason why is because in the spring, you are competing with all the other weeds that are waking up in the spring. Does not mean that you cannot do it, but it definitely means that you are opening up a can of worms, especially if you aerate it or something like that. Man, it's going to be hard. I'm just letting you know that. So your first couple mows, Andel, you want to get on and off your lawn as quick as possible. After that, I got one better for you. You're down in North Carolina. I was down in your beautiful area a few weeks ago. You're going to want to jack your mower all the way up. Yeah. I don't care if it's 4 1/4 inches high. Jack it all the way up for this first season because because you seeded your ground in the spring. It does not have a lot of time to drive and make a lot of root development before it approaches this hot summer. Right. So when you let your grass grow super tall and you mow it as frequently as possible, every time you mow that grass, the grass wants to grow, right? And if you keep consistently chopping it, it's like, okay, what gives? You don't want me to go up. all right, it's like training your hair. It's like putting waves in your hair.
Right.
It's going to be like, well, I'm going to stop putting all this energy into growing up, and I'm going to throw some roots down.
Yeah.
And when you do that during the fall, what's cool is when you establish that lawn and you let it root all the way through the fall, when it wakes up in the spring, it's in a head start. It's like starting your starts for your cool season lawn early and then bringing them out for your cool season garden, and then bringing them out early, late winter, very early spring. You get a jump on everyone else.
Right.
So you're the thing that you're working with right now, you're kind of at a disadvantage because those poor seedlings only have about 2-3 months of life on their belt before they have to endure this harsh summer. So the way that you're going to protect them is that you're going to mow as often as possible, and you're going to cut that grass as high as possible. And when you water, you're going to want to get at least 1.5 inches of water per week, deep and infrequent. Don't be watering your water a little 1/4 inch here, a little 1/4 inch there. No, you want to water deep so it gets soaked into your soil and it goes deep. So you're training those roots to dive deep, and that's really going to get you good.
And the other thing is, you got to make sure that your blades are sharp on whatever mower you have.
Of course, yeah, that too.
If you don't have sharp blades, so I have a 0-turn mower, but when I first start cutting my lawn in the spring, I use my walk behind. Just my regular 22-inch or whatever it is, 7.25 horsepower, the stepper pedal. I use my light mower cut, like Turf said. I know I'm gonna try to keep mine about 4 inches, 3.25 to 4 inches high. And I use that first before I start putting that heavy 0-turn mower on my lawn, because that 0-turn mower, my mower weighs about 900 pounds. All right. And like you said, you got fresh seedlings, they're trying to establish their roots, and you're going down there with this heavy mower. And when you turn on a 0-turn, if you don't really know how to turn, it'll twist and pull those seedlings out. But the first thing that I do is I make sure that my blades are super sharp. And that's something that, when you're doing the maintenance to your mower, take those blades off, get them, go somewhere and get them professionally sharpened if you don't know what you're doing, because you can throw off the balance of your blades if you don't know what you're doing. But you got sharp blades.
So 2 things. Okay, so one, I'm gonna say something about the sharp blade, and then we got to get to the question from Navajo No P. But basically, about the lawnmower blades. Funny enough, I actually carry a lawnmower blade with my irrigation components, because you want to take a guess what I use it for?
What's that?
So if I'm at a commercial site and they have a 2-inch double check, which is their backflow device, and usually with these double checks, this happens from your big ones all the way down to your small residential ones. Your male adapter, which is your plastic piece that threads into the grass, like that will actually break at the thread point. So now you'll end up with, it'll break like that. So the pipe will be inside the threads will be inside the brass, but then like the pipe, you'll have to cut it to put a new male adapter on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you still got to get that thing out of the brass, or else you're gonna be replacing that brass, right?
Right.
So I sharpen the lawnmower blade, and it just happens to be just at 1.5 or 2 inches. But it works for both, because it has like it grades up and gets wider. So I'll take that sharpened blade piece and I'll put that blade inside the pipe, and I'll get a hammer and I'll tap, 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 tap. And then when I tap that hammer and make that groove in there, I'll get channel locks and thread that thing right out of there.
That's dope. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Navajo, any recommendations for overseeding seeds for now in Dallas? You're in Dallas, you should have a warm season grass. You most likely have a Bermuda grass, is what I'm going to assume.
If it's a new home.
And I think overseeding Bermuda is a waste of money, because if you water it and you feed it, and you mow it often, it will spread and fill in. And if you want to speed it up a little bit, throw a little sand on top.
There you go.
And then heat it up even quicker. It spreads by rhizomes and stolons.
Sand cap.
Rhizomes and stolons, and you're good to go.
One pound of Bermuda seed might cost you $50.
Right. Overseeding Bermuda it's a waste of money.
Yeah.
It's a waste of money. You just cultural practices, and it will fill in. If you absolutely, you can't wait, or if you have a really big open patch, this is what you do. You get you a what is it called? A pro plugger. It's like $20 on Amazon, right? This tool is awesome. What you do is you go to that bare spot area,
Oh yeah.
You map out about 6-inch spaces in between that area, and we're talking about an area that might be at least 4x4, right? That's a pretty large area for Bermuda to fill up.
Yeah.
You're going to want to take about 4 to 6 plugs of soil out of it, save those plugs. Then you go to the good part of your grass, take 4 to 6 plugs, and put them in that bare area. Put some sand over it, cover it up, maybe throw a little bit of dirt out there. Yeah. Put the other plugs back in the holes that you just made, and it's going to fill in.
That's genius, bro. Oh my gosh! Like, so you're literally just taking from the thick parts, taking the old soil from there and plugging that soil in and letting the grass reestablish in the thick part, and then bringing the propagule essentially over to the bare spot to actually spread. That's brilliant.
That's it. That's all you got to do. You'll be fine. Yeah. So you don't, unless you have, for some reason, if you got a cool season lawn down in Dallas, I tell you good luck. But what kind of grass?
Now, would that theory works?
She got zoysia.
Would that theory works for somebody who has good grass on one side? Will actually dig up that and put that soil in that, like dig a hole and transfer.
That works really well for warm season lawns.
Yeah,
it will work for a cool season lawn, but it has to be Kentucky bluegrass, and Kentucky bluegrass is not going to spread as far out as Bermuda. It's just not going to do it. Kentucky bluegrass can fill in maybe a 6x12 space. You know what I mean? Over time.
Funny you said that, because I was talking to Farmer Q about that. Like some of my yard here, grass grow great on certain areas. Grass grows excellent. Mm-hmm. I have a bad patch that I've been working on it, and I'm thinking what you were saying about the plugs. Instead of doing the plugs, actually remove some dirt from that area and bring it.
It's not so much the soil. If you're struggling with an area and you've been struggling with it for a while, I would just plant something there I can eat. That's what I would.
There you go, Tony.
I mean, why struggle with it? That's the same thing I did with my man Cam. He had this whole strip of area where he's been struggling to grow grass for a long time, and I was like, that's the perfect spot. Let's put the beds there. And he was like, you know what? That's right. Why am I sitting here trying to struggle with this daggone grass that you can't eat? Plant something there that you can eat. Drop a tree in there.
What we did in my best friend yard last year, he had 2 trees in his front yard. And he has Bermuda, he has a fairly new home. And we went and cut the trees down, got somebody to come in. They stump grind them. We came back in, backfilled them. And then we just went and bought a pallet of soil, Bermuda. Put the Bermuda down, rolled it, filled in, and you can't even see where we had the trees at. None of that.
Yeah. What kind of grass I need for Georgia, says Love Knows Zoysia. Zoysia, if you're in South Georgia, Zoysia will perform. But Georgia usually is perfect. Zoysia is amazing. That's what I will have.
Yeah, it's
I can have it. Because it is the best of both worlds. It is nice and fluffy and cushy, just like cool season lawn.
Yeah,
it can tolerate being cut at a higher level. It can also tolerate being cut at a lower level.
Really low.
And once it creeps really slow, it doesn't move as fast as Bermuda. But if you have a matured Zoysia lawn established, Bermuda is not even going to be able to get in there. That canopy is so thick. It's amazing, but it's super expensive, and you got to be patient with it, and it's a commitment that you have to make. You're better off with Bermuda. That's your easy.
Yeah, you're gonna be cutting it every 3-4 days. You're gonna be cutting it.
Yeah. Well, no, Zoysia or Bermuda, because Zoysia grows slower too. That's
but like I was telling you, my friend did his whole front, side, and backyard. He had Bermuda. He had the Bermuda taken up, and he came back with the Zoysia.
Yeah,
that's the one I was telling you had the real more.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah.
And every time I looked up, he was. Because I used to do his yard.
Well, that's because he wanted to. Zoysia
I used to do his yard, but he wanted to keep it at that golf course nap.
Yeah, that's why he was on it like that.
I used to do his yard when it was Bermuda. I used to cut it when it was Bermuda.
And every 3 to 4 days, when you're maintaining a sub-inch, sub-half-inch type level, and for you to be on it every 3 to 4 days, that's a long time. You go watch these warm season Bermuda dudes who's maintaining golf course lawns. They're on their lawn every single day in the peak of growing season.
Yeah.
So that's where Zoysia every 3 to 4 days. Well, shoot, you winning, man.
I have to just say real quick, and this just made my night. And I'm gonna and we probably need to start wrapping it up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm about to.
But this made my night. This made my night. But So I won't say who, but my client from the day actually came in and was just chilling amongst us, asked some questions, and then just texted me. And I was like, that's so cool. Because I told them about my YouTube channel when I was out there working and stuff. And they're like, oh, I'm going to tell my friends about it. I'm going to go hang out when you do your stuff and everything. And I was like, okay.
That's
and
dope.
like, yeah, that's so cool. It just makes me smile.
It's crazy. Like when I first started my lawn care business, I guess it was like 99 or something like that. The guys that I hooked up with, of course, everything in the lawn care business is very, very expensive. If you're buying commercial grade backpack blowers, weed eaters, the whole nine. So I bought some used backpack blowers. You know what I'm saying? Because at the time, I'd already spent, you know what I'm saying, $6,500 on a lawnmower. And so I'm like, I got to cut the corner somewhere. So the guys that I actually got involved with, that's what they did, Turk. They did golf courses. Those are the guys that actually sold me, you know, 2 backpack blowers and, you know, told me what to do with them, the whole nine. And I sat there and just beat them all over the head, asking them about all these different types of grasses. Because to be honest, at that time, like when I first got started, I've been cutting yards, you know, forever, but not knowing professionally, because now you're trying to get paid, and especially when you're doing commercial yards. So I'm beating them over the head and whatnot, asking them all these questions. I didn't know anything about no zoysia. Never heard of zoysia. You know what I mean? All I knew was fescue.
Just like what I do, just beat y'all in the head. I got all this information. Good.
And East Point Centipede. My neighbor just got his whole yard done in centipede turf. I know he spent the grip, but he doesn't do anything to it. Turf, you don't treat it. You don't do nothing to it. I'm looking over at that stuff. I'm like, bro,
and you're gonna be mad in a year.
I'm
gonna be
looking at
mad in a year. It's gonna be patchy. It's gonna have weeds all through it.
It's got weeds right now.
Nature will take back over. I'm trying to tell you. Love knows if you're going with zoysia, please look up local sod farms in your area that carry zoysia, so you make sure you get a cultivar that's going to do well in your area. It's no different from buying a tree, a fruit tree that you want to get fruit from. Right. So there's different cultivars of zoysia. Some need a lot more warmth than what Georgia is able to provide. Because right. You might end up mad. Like I know a dude down in North Carolina, he tries to do zoysia. He does it, but it's a task. So I would just tell you to do a little bit of research. Make sure you find zoysia that's going to do well in your area. Zoysia that you can go and look at, touch, feel, rub, so you know exactly what you're getting.
Y'all got me thinking about.
Where's she at in Georgia?
She didn't say.
Because we got a farm out here where I live.
Boom, there you go. What you got to think about?
Well, I was just gonna say, like, I was thinking about, because zoysia does really good where I'm at, like very, very, very good. And I was thinking about, because our neighborhood's a new development, and I was like, what if I just go ahead, because I know how to, I can rent the sod cutter, I can do all that if I want to do that and everything, and I can make that job be way cheaper than having somebody hired come out to do it. You know, I can, because my yard is about 1,000. It's about, in total, my front yard's like 1,002 square feet, literally. So I can literally just get that out there and just probably spend, I mean, per pallet, you're talking about maybe 4 pallets. So you're maybe talking about
pallet. Each pallet got about 500.
Oh yeah, never mind. I'm tripping.
Like
my yard's not that big. I can get 2.
It's about 540 square feet per pallet.
So yeah, I could probably be getting away. I could probably be leaving out of there with $600 of sod, and then I could literally, if I did it all myself, be looking at $800 for the job.
I'll be nervous about, as expensive as zoysia is, I would be nervous about fooling with it myself.
So,
yeah.
And I've been doing lawns for a long time. I never, because it costs so much, and with you doing it, then if it doesn't come out right, then you know you got to bite the bullet. But it just costs so much. I mean, you can do it. I mean, it's already got the soil and everything attached to it. You just got to make sure that your foundation is right. You know what I mean?
So
sometimes somebody got to come in there and grade that out, because you don't have the proper grade on your yard, and put swoops and all this kind of thing. You know, you'll see me, you know, right when I go to my uncle's, you'll see me riding bobcats and tractors.
I look forward to that.
And bulldozers and driving dump trucks and tow trucks. I can't wait to get down there so I can show you what he does and what I've learned from him over the years.
Nice.
So
What were you
Love
about to
knows
say,
she's
sir?
in, she did Love knows she said she's in. She said we don't have places like that here. She's right
In
above.
Augusta.
She's right above Augusta. So you like near North Augusta. I used to be stationed at Fort Gordon. That means you right there on that border. So look, you can do Zoysia out there. Find out. Go to the Augusta. You know Augusta. That's the green. That's where they hold
That's
the
where they got
damn
the
nurses
golf course at.
And another thing for you, Q, for you doing the Zoysia, and I'll say this last thing, and then I'm beating.
Yeah, so after church says that, we're gonna close it out.
Yes, for your Zoysia, you do not have to. So if you look at the price for the sod, if you can even find Zoysia in sod form, let's just start with that. I'll preface it with that because it's so expensive. If it's too much of a price tag for you, go with plugs.
Yeah.
Go with the plugs, and it will fill in. And they'll tell you exactly how many plugs you need for the area that you're trying to fill in, and you'll be good to go. Now it's a commitment.
Irrigation system too.
Yeah, you're sweet, you're popping. So it's a commitment. You're gonna have to wait. You'll pretty much spend this whole season waiting for your grass to fill in, only to watch it go to sleep when the winter comes. But next season, you'll be in there. And this is the perfect time if you're going to do it. Okay. So pull the trigger.
Well, hey y'all, this live has been amazing.
4 hours.
We're gonna go ahead and let it go to 4 hours. Say our goodbyes. Say our goodnights. You know, we're already there now, so why don't we go ahead and take it through? Say our goodbyes and everything. Special contributions and shout outs. No, I'm just kidding. No, but y'all, like Microfarmer, you haven't said that for a minute, so why don't you go ahead and start the process of closing us out, brother?
Close it out.
I'm doing you like you did me the other night.
I'm gonna steal it from Russell Simmons. Thank y'all for coming out. God bless you. Good night. Now, you know how Russell Simmons used to come on Def Jerry, just like, thank y'all for coming out. God bless you. Good night. I don't know. I'm just gonna use the product that I had. Y'all got into the grass. I know I asked about the grass, but I am going to be out there tomorrow dealing with my stuff with the chicken manure. I'll probably be filling up some of my buckets that I have left to grow in with that. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put maybe 1/4 of chicken litter at the bottom, because I don't want to use my whole chicken compost for the whole bucket. So what I'm going to do is probably amend it with a little perlite, because that chicken compost is kind of a little heavy. So I'm thinking maybe get some perlite to mix in with that chicken compost to give it a little fluff. Because I noticed when I did it in the raised beds, I had the leaves. I had the leaves to make, to blend it in a little bit. But the stuff I got now, I know I'm gonna have to put some perlite to it, because that chicken compost compacts. It did. So I know I got to put something in it. I mean, because it consists of wood chips and stuff like that, but it's still compact. So I know when I went out there today, I was like, okay, I got to put something into it. Either a couple of shovels of sand or something for drainage. So what do you say? What are you saying? You laughing, Handsome Dirt. What you saying?
I'm laughing at Love Notes. She's saying that they don't even have a supermarket where she's at. But I just Googled, and they have a turf place called Southeastern Turf and Sod out in Augusta. So she has somewhere.
She said Augusta. She said Augusta is far earlier.
Oh, I thought she said she was near Augusta.
Yeah, she said Augusta's far.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He says she's before Augusta, which means I don't understand your geographical location.
She probably trying to be kind of.
Augusta's only like an hour from the border. I used to make that trip. I'm trying to tell you.
Right.
Like,
I did too myself.
Maybe she's a little west.
I don't think she ever said actually where she was at. She just said before. So you don't know. She could be in Virginia.
Yeah, she might be west. Well, no, she's in Georgia. I think she might be in maybe northwest Georgia.
Yeah, she never said exactly where she's at.
She's in northwest Georgia. She on my side.
Yeah, I mean, that's what would make sense if she's saying it's super far, because you can't be northeast Georgia because the bus is right there.
She's close to me, then I can direct her to a place where she can go see them cut it out the ground.
Yeah, slide in them DMs.
Hey,
Yeah, you might didn't want to put a business out, but you
Yeah,
email,
she didn't want to put a business out there. She just gave us.
but you might want to email one of you guys to just maybe
just reach out, love notes. You know we got you.
we got you.
I know exactly where you at. I don't even know why I did that.
Yeah.
I'll email you a
So
place
Turf got your back. Turf got your back.
Yeah,
But hey, it's been an amazing live, y'all. We're finally made it to the end. I didn't even know when we were gonna end. I didn't know when we were gonna begin, but you know, it happened, right? And we're here. We're having a great time. We're gonna do better about.
Time. It was nice meeting Turf.
Carolina Roos said,
I never met him. I've seen him. Check out
Carolina
his
Roos said, add a little
videos.
Coco Coir to your lawn, you be all right.
I can't hear you.
Carolina Roos said, add a little Coco Coir to your lawn, you be all right.
No,
she was talking to you with your compost. That's what she was talking about. Your chicken compost.
Oh, I ain't gonna waste no good Coco Coir, no compost.
I was telling them
deep perlite for $12
when I was young that when I was a kid, especially in Athens, people used to actually burn their lawns.
Oh yeah, that works.
And
that'll work, especially for warm season lawns.
Yeah,
you burn
they
them up
burn
and
them,
then
boom,
come back.
they come right back.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's a practice that's a dying practice, to be honest.
I hadn't seen it in years, but when I
people
was a kid,
end up burning down their house. They don't know how to set a fire. Control.
They don't know how to set a fire. They don't know how to control their burns nowadays. But yeah, we're at 4 hours. But y'all, I'm gonna close us out in the way that the way Farmer Q closes us out. So let's get hyped. Let's get live before we close out this live. And let's say Farmer Q. Out.
Hey.
All right. You guys have